there's a lot of stuff that happens behind the scenes of stream. You will notice that I am late today. Okay, allow me to explain. Allow me a chance to defend myself, my honor. The reason that I am late today, well, late, is first of all, what does late even mean? Second of all, the reason I am late is because I got tired after work, and then I took a nap. And the nap was supposed to be like a reasonable time, but it wasn't. It was a slightly unreasonable amount of time that I napped, and that's good. And by that, I meant I set a timer for like 10 minutes, but it wasn't 10 minutes. It was more than 10 minutes. What's up, Road? Good morning. Sorry for being a little late. Yeah. So, like, sometimes you take a nap, right? Like, you have perhaps some, like, self-soothing activities or whatever, and you take a nap after, and then you just close your eyes. You put on some Alan Watts or Philosopher's Mixtape, and you think to yourself, I'm just gonna kind of zone out for a little bit. But you end up zoning out for more than a little bit, which is good. Oh, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yesterday, I put out a video that I really liked. I don't have time to edit all my videos, and I was kind of surprised by the response to it. I am curious. What's up, Under the Sun? Anta, what do you play again? You've told me this before, but what is it that you actually play in WoW? I put out a video yesterday trying to explain why Mistweaver is so dominant in Midnight Season 1 meta, but also why it is just flat out the best pug healer. And it's a topic I'm kind of passionate about, because unless you play all the roles or unless you've played it yourself, you wouldn't actually know a lot of that information. So I was just curious about that video, and I got surprisingly mixed feedback about it. I don't know how it is, or wait a second. Wait, you can get the fully empowered folio on beta? This is news to me. Sweet. Does this work? I didn't know you could do this. Request the fully empowered Omnium folio. Does it... It didn't do anything. Okay, cool. That's broken. Well, anyways, I still think that one of the most interesting things about WoW is just how split the community seems to be on all of the important topics. Class design, gameplay design, dungeon design, whether we should have this tier set, that tier set, gear acquisition. Literally every part of World of Warcraft seems to be more and more divisive, or just like there's a lack of consensus in the community. There's the things I feel like the majority agree on, but it's never everyone. And that is very interesting to me. It's like super fascinating to me just how split the World of Warcraft player base is. And I wonder how much of that is WoW, and I wonder how much of that is actually just the world we live in today. Genuinely curious about that. All right, let's go. Follow Discord notification, hit publish, and bam. Solid. What I mean by this is the world today is so much more divisive than it used to be. Yeah, everybody can. I think this is a genuine, everybody can agree on this, kind of no matter where you are in the world, no matter whatever. I'm assuming people will watch the VOD back, and if they do, they can respond to this in the comments. I just started stream, and normally I should save the important questions for later in stream when people are actually here. But it's in my head, and this is the thought I'm having, so this is what I am talking about. The idea is, it seems to me that the divisiveness in the real world has started to affect the divisiveness in games. Like, people just cannot seem, no matter what, basically, to agree on what direction things should go in. And I find this to be very interesting. You have some people who are like, we need simpler classes. You have some people who say we want more complicated classes. You have some people who say gear should be super special and locked behind the, mythic raid, and you should have even more incentive for that. And then, for example, you have other people who say, we should do the exact opposite, and gear should be super accessible and should never be tied to Mythic Raid. And then you have this and you have that, and you know what I mean? It's interesting. Yeah, I aim, hopefully, for as long as I stream Road, I want to be somebody who is willing to approach those topics, but attempt to explore them from both sides. Because it's important, I think, to have debate and discussion without argument. Argument in the sense of, like, we have to win, like, I have to be right, I am quite passionate about this. There's a reason that people have the thought that they have. It's not random. And you can't just be like, well, that person is stupid for having this thought. Well, it's more complicated than that. It's more nuanced than that. So I hope that my stream is forever a place where people where we can have those kind of tough conversations while being simultaneously respectful to the people who might think slightly differently than us. We'll see. All right. I want to be right, but I want my opinion changed if it's not. But I guess, Storm, when it comes to gaming, a good question is, what does right mean? That's one of the hardest things to understand about when you're talking about being right about World of Warcraft. For who? Because what's right for Liquid, and what's right for me, and what's right for Mr. Dog Dad Lifts, hi, by the way, nice to see you as well, and what's right for Road, and what's right for Cheeky Monk, and what's right for Steve, the divorced dad. You know what I mean? This is the thing. Like, how do you get it right for everyone? What's right for the housing main can't be probably what's right for the Mythic Plus main. What's right for the person who just tries to get a plus 10 can't probably be right for the person who's trying to get a plus 25. Like, there's so much variety and width to the game that I'd be curious about that. I think having gear too fast is the main reason people are quitting so early. But are people quitting so early? It's actually a good question. Also, hi, Distill. Thanks for coming to say hi. Is it? What's the retention of Season 1? Are people actually quitting Season 1 at a higher rate? Or are they playing it for longer? Recency bias is a very real thing, Cheeky. I don't know about that. I feel like Midnight Season 1 is pretty good. I actually think that they've done a fair job. I would be willing to bet that you have a lot of people playing Season 1 still. But I'm not 100% on this, and you would have to compare it to... I guess you'd have to compare it to, like, Dragonflight Season 1 as the only real comparison. Also, what's up, Candid? Good morning. It's morning in here. Good morning to you. It's afternoon for me. It's 1:30 p.m. And also, good morning, Hasa. I heard they fixed the Apex downfall. Did they? Did they? Wait, have they fixed it? Oh, you said have they fixed it? No. They fixed the value of it without actually fixing the aggro of it. So I still can't play Apex with Guardian, by the way. No, they have not fixed it. I'm almost positive they have not fixed it, unfortunately. So they fixed the value, but it's still aggro. At least as of yesterday, it's still aggros. I'll have to test it again today and just see what happens. I'm waiting for Arson. He said he wants the game. I'm trying hard to stay in the 1% bracket, but I think I'm going to get kicked out of it at the end of the season. Where are you right now, Mr. Dog Dad? Kina says, I'm trying to make a 10 on your ult for like 40 minutes. Can't find healer or a tank. On retail or on PTR? Getting gear too fast is getting people deeper into keys and rating than normal. I'm here for it. The drawbacks feel like less of an issue than the benefits. That is a great point, Stormwolf, and also an important part of the conversation. What's up, Nova? Hello. My friend group stopped about halfway through May at around 273 item level. Fair enough. What are you guys playing now? I'm assuming you guys are still playing games, yeah? So the question I have for you would be, if not WoW, then what? What are you playing instead of WoW, if it's not WoW? All right, let's actually go get some other gear. I don't want to play with Sporefall Ring and stuff for Guardian Druid testing. Like faster gearing. I have a weird feeling that access to gear has obviously... It's got pros and cons. What's up, Haru? What do you think about the access to gear? I mean, you spend the effort raiding. Do you like what they're doing next season with raid? I have a weird feeling that you're right. And yes, Wiz, the DOTC bug has existed since day one of PTR, where the gore proc for Mangle is consuming Ravage. How does that work? No idea. Zero clue. But that is what's happening, yes. All right, let me buy like a neck and a ring so I don't actually play with the stuff. I think at least faster alt gearing is really nice. I don't mind how alts feel. I still wish I didn't have to raid on my alts, but that might be going too far. Like, genuinely a large part of me feels like I don't want to have to be trying to get Alnseer on every one of my characters. It's annoying. You're 38.47. It's got to be close. That's got to be close. I mean, I think the 1% title in NA, Dog Dad, is probably going to be around 4K. Have I had issues copying? No, I don't think so, Haru. I'm apprehensive about 9 out of 6 Mythic raid gear. I think that is the top. That's the primary thing, right? That's the thing that everybody has been seeing. However, that is not the real issue. I think that is actually a secondary issue. I think that Resil 21, I think it's going to be at least Resil 20 with some 21s, if not Resil 21 with some 22s. Like 1% is going to be higher than you think, I think, in my opinion. We'll have to see, though. What's up, Chase? Love your content. Thank you. How do you have this? Is PTR, so I'm testing with the new gear. And this is like I'm testing the new dungeons for season 2. We'll be testing today is not Altar of Fangs. It is going to be we're testing the Blinding Veil. What is it? Blinding Veil, Voidscar Arena, and Murder Row, and Den of Naltharak. Bit of a late start here. It is TH. Yeah. I think the low end for NA title is probably 21 pit. I think it's going to be half 21s and all 20s. But also, that's the thing, Cheeky. The boosting is very real. And the last week of it, people really want the 1% mount. Like 1% is going to be very competitive. So I think that I think you'll have friends that just help you get it. Because right now, you could probably just get people 21s. Like, I honestly think you could help your friends get it without having them buy it. It's not like that hard to get people 21s. If that makes sense. It's not like the 0.1% title where you need giga teams to help you get it because it's very difficult. And you have to carry your weight. It's a step in a direction, just not sure it's a healthy one. Yeah, I don't think so either, Haru. I think that it will cause unnecessary friction, and I think it'll be bad, personally. Today, by the way, make me, if you are actually able to hang out for stream today, 2 things. Number 1, make me move. I'm tired. I haven't been going to the gym. I've been busy. And I'm still kind of recovering. So, number 2, make me, listen to me, look at me, look me in the eye right now. I have dumbbells next to me. Make me do some stuff. Between keys, we test, we do movement, shoulder press, bicep curl, doesn't matter. Just make me pick up those weights, actually hold me accountable, and just be like a woo. Do it. You gotta be like Shia LaBeouf from the Transformers. I feel like the hardest 21s are kind of where the line. I tend to reintroduce an element of exclusivity. So, yeah, here's the thing. Haru, do a muscle up. I don't have a bar here. Listen, it isn't about player power. That is actually fundamentally the misunderstanding. Player power is not the issue. And what I mean by this is that you have some people who are just really good at the game, and you have some people who are still learning, or maybe just not as good. And you know what? The difference between those DPS players is like 20%, 30%, 50%, 70%. Like some people just do a lot more damage. Gear, player power, both people can enjoy the game. But what's interesting is that item level is access. Item level is like a key card that actually allows you to get into groups. That's the problem. When you gate exclusivity behind item level instead of cool effect, we have a problem. It would actually almost be better for there to be a cantrip raid item that you can only get from raid, but is the same item level as something from Mythic Plus. Because when I queue for a group and go to pre-made groups, dungeons, find a group, the only thing that people see is my item level. But we can complete almost any key that I apply for if I don't have the cantrip effect. However, I won't get into the cantrip effect. I won't get in because I don't have the item level. And even if somebody is better and would therefore do better numbers, better player power, they might not have access to even get the chance to do so. And people feel this when they play off meta. Like, hey, I'm a survival hunter, but I'm going to do better than that guy over there. But I'm off meta, so I don't get to play. And that's the problem with item level. That's why you cannot lock things behind item level. Because the way that people experience the game now is different than it used to be. 2 item levels is not actually that crazy for player power because most people won't be doing content that demands the 2 item levels. But it is crazy for access, especially coming from Season 1. And the reason that people feel pressured into doing content that they don't want to do is because of the access. And they need to have some awareness of that. Like they gotta have an understanding that access really, 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 really matters. Player power is almost irrelevant in this conversation. Like it genuinely probably doesn't matter whether or not you have proper player power or not. It's John 3:31 versus John 3:33. Yeah, that's the thing. Can anyone do PTR? Yeah, of course. No problem. Chase. On YouTube, you said, can anyone do PTR? I just read the questions so everybody can, follow. Most people watch on Twitch. This is my first season of playing, so sorry if the questions are dumb. Never a dumb question in my stream. Feel free at any point, Chase, you can ask me anything. This is a place where if you want to learn about the game, just ask me. This is no one will ever judge you for asking questions here, so never a need to clarify. Sorry for stupid question. You can ask me stupid questions. That's fine. I'll answer anytime. So first things first. But second of all, yes, if you want to play PTR, go to your Battle.net client, scroll down when it says World of Warcraft Retail, hit the drop-down menu, and you'll see a bunch of different versions of WoW, like Classic, like this, like whatever, Anniversary Realm, and all you have to do is go to WoW PTR 12.1. There's going to be a few. I think 12.0.7 is still alive there. So just go to 12.1, download that, and you have to log in. Now, you have to copy your characters, and there's a bit of setup past that point. But yes, everybody has access. If you have a World of Warcraft sub, then you can absolutely play the PTR. So no problem there. And you just have to come in. There's not a lot of people who actually do it, to be fair. Like if you notice, there's no dungeons listed. You kind of almost need friends to play PTR right now as a factor. I think the Nexus ring bonus, less than 1%. So I might need advice. I got the Sporefall ring 298, have the Nexus ring set. Not sure if it's better to break the set. I'm almost positive that they're pretty much a net neutral. Sporefall ring maybe is like a 0.1% difference, but Butress, I'm very, very, very minor. Is Druid actually working now? Nope, still got to test with no Apex. I'm pretty sure. I have to test it today a little bit, but almost positive that the Apex is still omega bugged, so I will be testing with no Apex today. I have to play like the typical build and just know and compare numbers of saying, hey, we're going to do this, and then we'll see. Hasa, are you still there on YouTube? You asked me a question about Guardian. You said, do you think it's going to be Druid of the Claw season? How is DK tank in the new season? Abo, I can't answer that yet because I haven't actually tested it properly in a few dungeons. I don't know how hard these new dungeons will hit tanks. I don't know what the mechanics will be. We have to learn today, and probably, to be honest with you, I have to learn over a few days. I do want to play my DK. I would like to test both Sand Lane and Deathbringer. I want to see how it feels, but I don't know what these new dungeons are going to require because I'm just waiting for my friend to finish, and then they'll let me know. But until they're done, I can't actually test. So we don't know, are there going to be crazy bleeds? Is it going to be a lot of magic damage? Is it going to be all physical damage? Are we going to get one tapped? I don't know what it's going to be like. We've only been able to test one dungeon so far, and that matters. What's up, Mr. Marlowe's? Long time no see. Just put so much power in Incarn that Bear can live the 40-yard taunt. It's not about whether I can live it. It's about whether my group can live it, which is the answer to that question is no. Really enjoy the content? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have been, it was sad. I had to take a whole month off stream, like over a month. That sucked. And then I have been still kind of struggling with my health a little bit. I feel tiny bit better today, but still, blah. So I appreciate you coming to say so. You know, a lot of people are willing to come in. Abo, you can tell me what you feel about this. I think that many people are willing to go in to people's streams and YouTube videos, and they're willing to say absolutely terrible things, right? I think you see this very often. You leave a comment on somebody's Instagram post, and you're like, you are a terrible person. Or probably you say something more offensive than that. And that happens on stream. It happens in this. It happens everywhere. So I appreciate you coming in to say something positive. Yeah, people are very willing to say bad things on the internet. You know, there's an anonymity. I don't know you. I don't know where you live. I don't know who you are. And so sometimes that empowers people to say bad things. But you know what? Thank you for saying nice things. I think that we can only combat, we can't really combat it, but for what it's worth, even though you can't cancel it out, it's nice to hear compliments sometimes. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by to say so. Ripneros, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Chase Hamilton, I know bear damage is huge with spamming Moonfire. No. Actually, may I correct that? So, currently, first of all, this changes in Season 2, and I will have more when we can actually test Guardian and I can see the dungeons more. I get a little bit more time. I'll make, obviously, some Guardian Druid rotation videos, and I'll have stuff on Patreon, YouTube members. I'll have a bunch of in-depth stuff, for sure. I love Guardian. I'll play Guardian. But it's a misconception when you look at the end of your current dungeon in Season 1, Chase, and you see Moonfire being very high up there on the DPS meters. Moonfire is not doing damage because of the direct application of it. The application of Moonfire is extremely low damage. Like extreme, when I say extremely low, I mean it's less than a melee. Read the actual tooltip and realize it does negative damage. With 311 item level on PTR, my Moonfire does 3,000 damage. That's nothing. Like each individual press of it is very, 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 very little. The reason that Moonfire does a lot of damage is because of the dot effect, and also because it gets auto-applied through your talents. But your damage does not come from pressing Moonfire. It comes from pressing everything else, and then Moonfire is more passive. So you fill with Moonfire because of something else. There's other interactions, but you're not supposed to spam Moonfire. You're supposed to spam everything else and only hit Moonfire if you have nothing else. Please force prop pally meta. You just did 62 interrupts in a key, and you made you feel not like paper. We'll see. Yeah, exactly, Stormwolf. Is the Apex talent still bugged? We'll have to test today. Unsure. Copium for prop pally meta. I mean, they just reworked prop pally. Yeah, prop pally's doing a lot of damage, although the rework to prop pally is weird and makes you choose between a lot. It makes you choose between a fair bit of damage and a lot of survivability. I watched for like 10 minutes earlier today Yoda spam pull with like amazing players. I mean, I think Megaset was healing. I recognize the name. Plus like a few other DPS players who were Giga. And I watched him just spam pull the first pull of Void Scar Arena and then rage quit. I was like, that's a big pull. I don't feel like you need to do that. It is cool, though. I like the interrupts. It's on your rogue, so I didn't heal one today. Yeah. Talent tree work, kill my prop pally hype. For now, it is rough. Pessimistic Lemon, I would understand why you would be a pessimistic Lemon about the prop pally rework. I was so hype, you know, when you see that they're going to do that, and then you actually look at the game and you're like, wait a second. That's not quite right. What's up, Grimo? Hope you're good today. Thank you. I've had a lovely day so far. Not bad. It's 1:48 p.m. for me, so day's kind of just starting. Yeah, not so bad. Had some work this morning. Got a little behind on my timing. Overall, I'm okay. I just got to move today. Got to make me move. I have ice cream in the freezer. That's nice. That always makes me feel nice. I've got some ice cream to eat. And waiting for my friends to finish their key. Seems like they're wiping on the last boss. I'm waiting for them. And we'll do some keys. Good morning from Denmark. Thank you. I've never been to Denmark before, Ollie. Keep up your good work. Thank you. I made a video yesterday, and sometimes those videos, they don't always get a lot of views, but I thought it was super cool. I liked the video I made yesterday. I always just hit start record and then just basically send it. Like, I have no plan, so I don't edit my videos or anything like that, but I still think it's really cool to try to explain some things that are unexplained in this game. And one of them is just why Mistweaver is such a good pug healer. Like, it's so good. And I thought that was a cool video. I like that. What are we doing? Plus 15. Blinding Veil. Have we seen this before? Have you seen this dungeon yet? I have not. We will be learning this. We'll see. Hello from US. Oh, well, you know. Now you can take Gabe. Yo. I like when the green man rotates and I get healed as a tank. Correct. Blinding Veil is just annoying. Oh, boy. Only in a Mythic 0. Figured we'd let it rip. Let's do it. Let's do it. I pull small. I pull safe, and we learn. Let's figure out. When you pull the actual bears, they have baby bears that aggro with them. They buff when they get... Wait. Which one? No, we go big? No, I think we go small. Wait, Cape, you want to come? I'll suggest invite. Suggest invite. Wait, Capers is already in a group. Wait, Cape, come back. You should come to Denmark? Sure. I just did Den of Nalarak. The tenders will absolutely troll your group if the heal goes off. Try not to pull more than 2. I haven't done Den of Nalarak yet, Thorazone. I'm bugged, so we slam. Bet. I see. I don't travel much, Ollie. Do you travel? You're also from Denmark, Ripneros? I am not a big traveler. I will go to LA for BlizzCon. I'll be there. I'll travel to America to BlizzCon. But, no, I'm not really I'm not a big traveler. You know? Oh, no problem, Gabe. Let me just pin something like all builds and testing stuff in Discord. Just put that there. Come to Greece? Here's the thing. Anything that involves being outside of my own home, I ain't super thrilled about. Like, okay. Let me explain. I got you. Watch this. You know how I talk a lot about World of Warcraft? You want to know one of the reasons why I know a lot about this game? and also why I talk about this game and why I stream for many hours. I'm not scared of grass. I am allergic to it, but that's beside the point. No, listen, look at me. Look at me. I'm going to be real with you. It's because I am one of the biggest introverts that you will ever meet. I just don't look that way. Like, I visually appear like I go outside and, partay. But I don't partay. I don't know how to dance. I have some rhythm, but I sort of just flop my arms around like this and pray. I don't really go outside. I am a homebody. I will stay at home for months and months without... I do see the light of day. I think it's important. I go for like a walk outside to get tea or something like this, or sometimes a foot massage in Thailand. But I don't like go outside. Like if I have Sunday off, I don't think to myself, oh, you know what would be super fun? Going out. I think to myself, yes, I get to stay home all day and do nothing. And so the idea of having to go to the airport, go to the airport, packing is easy. Go to the airport, fly somewhere, that's a big ask already. Then while I'm out there every day, like to go out while I'm in a different country, then I have to fly back. That's a big ask. There's got to be a strong reason for me to motivate myself to get through that process. Like, I have to do it. You know what I mean? And you by streaming and making awesome videos. First of all, thank you for saying my videos are awesome, Rip Barrels. No, this is not my main job. I actually have a real job. This is something I do in my pastime, basically, my free time. But is one of the big reasons why I don't actually edit my videos, because I don't have time to edit my videos. I do actually have a real job. Streamer money is a myth. I mean, it helps, but it is a myth. I don't make nearly enough to actually live off of stream. It's cool, but yeah. All right, let me see. Do you see these polls? Oh yeah, the execute trinket. I've seen that. Hi, Harith. Return to the wilds. No. This is the thing. I like staying at home. Home is where the hearth is, and my hearth is currently set to my home right now, which I won't tell you where it is. Yeah. Question for you guys. Somebody mentioned on a YouTube video, and I would love to ask your opinion and a little bit of feedback. Right now, I am talking into this microphone. I know nothing about audio. Somebody said if I put the microphone next to my face instead of talking directly into it, that the quality would be higher and that you would not hear the popping as much. You know, those sounds that the mouth makes? Is this better? Like, how do I position the microphone to avoid that it picking up all of the sounds that I don't want it to pick up? And I could just ask, like, while I'm streaming, you just tell me basically. This one sounds like this one's not good, right? This is way worse. Okay, so I have to go up. I thought I was supposed to have it right here, up in my face, and I talk into it. I thought that was the right way to do it. It has to be uncomfortably close to my face, as if I was attempting to French kiss the microphone. I thought that's how I was supposed to do it. Is it better if it's slightly away from my face? Like, what about this? Is that better? What's up, Greasy Dale? Hi, Reaper. Reaper, I recognize your name. I've seen you before, I think. So this is not better, Crucible Llama. Okay. One fist from your mouth is the general rule of thumb. I feel like you've just got me to put a fist in my mouth, but I'm not sure about that. Maybe you can get some foam around the mic that can take the pop sounds. Like just any foam, or do I need a special product for this? How does that work? That's a question. I don't know how that works. Can also get a pop filter. I mean, I don't mind buying something. I just don't know what it is. It's called a pop filter. Okay, I can do that. This is a Elgato Wave 3. I've had it for like 6 years. I've had it for a long time. So I've had this for an extremely long time. It's not new. It is very dirty. I don't clean it very much. It's quite dusty. But I don't actually know if that's better. A small screen. I think I know what you're talking about. A pop filter. I don't think the pop is a problem. I think it would still be nice when I listen to videos. If the audio is wrong, it disrupts it because I'm very sensitive to noise. So if I'm listening to a YouTube video, just as an example, right? And then they go, and it's like normal, normal, normal. And then all of a sudden it's like, you know, we're watching sports and I go, goal, or whatever it is, then I will tune out. It's too much. It interrupts the flow because what most people do, okay, in my opinion, what most people do is they put something on and then they walk away. Like this is on in the background. So I want background noise because none of us, I don't know, maybe you have kids, but for the most part, people, you know, this is like, you know, we put on YouTube or Twitch or streamers or whatever it is because background noise. We don't necessarily put it on and then actively sit there and watch. So I feel like audio is really important. It sounds good, but turn the volume up. I don't know if I can. So one fist away, right next to your mouth seems to drop your output volume a good bit. So higher? What's up, Flex McKenzie? How's it going, Flex? Yo, long time no see, my dude. Long time no see. Thank you for the resub. Isn't that crazy that that says 1 year? You've been sub for a whole year. That's crazy. 12 months indeed. Wow. That's wild. Doing the warrior now, but I've also been maining guardian druid. Can you please, don't go out in depth, but can you quickly explain a proper damage rotation? And he's complained every day of it. Wait, which one? Which, oh, the 12 months greasy. That's your first time chat? Damn. I was like, wait, what'd I do? That's your first time chat? Do you know Flex? Are you guys friends? Or you just happened to, that was just the moment you decided to go right in on it. Oh, man. I know him? Oh, I see. I see what's happened here. Okay. All right. We are trying to find people to play PTR with. It is not working fantastic, apparently. Andy Meiji. Andy Meiji 2. Is that Muzz? I feel like that just seems like a Muzz name. That just seems like somebody I know. Don't go too in depth. Chase Hamilton. If you want a actual video that goes way more, like it covers everything about how to min-max current Guardian Druid damage, there is a YouTube member video and / or a Patreon video. The YouTube membership is like $2. It's literally $2. If you want to go access that, there's a bunch of YouTube members. Look at the most current one always. I actually have to clean that up because some of them are from a while ago. If you do not, and you can't say, and you cannot afford $2 and you really want that video, let me know. But it would be too much for me to go over everything like on stream while I'm talking to people. But if you are curious about that, and just let me know. Is next season still cooked for Mythic Plus only players? Oh, yeah. You've gotten title. What is your current IO right now, Crucible? Out of curiosity. When you said title, do you mean 1% or 0.1%? Just starting a Druid tank at the end of Season 1. Do we need 4 set in Season 1? Currently, no. The no Apex build. 4K. Okay, gotcha. So 1%. Right. The problem is not going to be player power because Crucible, you've probably noticed something about the Season 1 push if you're 4K IO, which is that most of the dungeons, if you simply did... Are you playing tank, Crucible? I imagine, I'm going to guess that you're playing Guardian Druid, but I don't want to assume. Are you playing tank to clarify first? Yeah, okay. So most of all the dungeons that you've timed to get to 4K, Resil 21, would they have been bricked if you did 2% less damage? Or would you have timed them if you had 2% more damage? Or let's even call it 5% tank damage. The answer is not really. How often do you really get sent to 1% health? Not so often. It's not that it never happens, but very rarely. More often than not, if you die, it's because you're going to get one shot and 2, 3 item level would not have saved you. Or if you get to the end and you don't have time, it is other factors aside from your own personal item level. Like you having Mythic Onseer versus Heroic Onseer simply won't make or break almost any of the keys that you have timed. However, it will make or break your ability to get into those keys. And that's the important thing to talk about. And the reason why it might be cooked for Mythic Plus players is specifically because of access, not because of the power you will not have without those items. So the item level matters because as you are getting into a group, they don't see your skill, they don't see anything aside from this number. They'll see your Raider IO and this number, and that's it. That is all they see. That's the only information they have. So if 5 Guardian Druids apply, and you are not a Raider, and they are, because they decided to put that effort in, you're going to be behind. And not because of the 9 out of 6 items, but because of the other change they made, which is super, 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 super impactful. Extremely impactful, by the way. And it's the thing that people aren't talking about, in my opinion, enough. The real change that will make you significantly behind, because 9 out of 6 items are going to be rare. Not many people in the game will actually get those early on. So you're not really going to be competing with people who now all of a sudden have this 9 out of 6 item and you don't. That's not going to be until midway through the season or even late season. There are still guilds progressing Mythic Lura right now, and they extend lockout per week. So that's not really going to be as much of a factor until significantly later in the season. And if anything, I have less of a problem with those than I do with the actual system of increasing. This is the issue. With increasing 6 out of 6 mythic items. Every single thing that you get from a mythic raid will be fully upgraded. That is a lot of crests that you save. And that means that if you kill the first 2 bosses, you will have, and you get even 1 item or 2 items. Each item you get is effectively going to be catapulting you a week ahead. So if somebody were to get 3 items in their raid group from the first 2 bosses of Mythic, they will be 3 weeks ahead of you. That's a lot. And if they get a vault item from those, then it will be 4 weeks ahead. So very potentially by week 3, if somebody can reliably kill the first few bosses of Mythic Raid, they could be 5 item levels ahead. Not 1, not 2, but 5. Even if you game your system perfectly. That's the issue. It's the fact that every Mythic item is going to drop at 6 out of 6. I think that that is actually going to cause a lot of significant gameplay advantage early on where it matters, because early on is when everybody plays, and every item, imagine that all you have to do, for example, was kill, like even an offhand or this or that. It's not about the power, it's about just straight up having the item level difference. I like, and I don't mind, and I understand why they are trying to incentivize people to Mythic Raid. I just think they have to come up with a different system. It cannot be item level. It has to be something else. Like, even if a person had 10% more player power because they had the special effects and I didn't, that would borderline be more okay than them having 2 item levels on me. That's the thing that isn't as okay. It's weird how that works, but it's kind of true. So if somebody had, because right now the items are pretty powerful. The last 2 bosses drop a lot of items. First time here, we'll go safe. Let's do it. I haven't done this dungeon yet, by the way. Countdown 10. We're going to see how this goes. I have no clue, by the way. I haven't done this dungeon yet. What's looking like the best 2 pug healers? I made a video yesterday, Goldman. I recommend giving it a watch. It explains why Mistweaver is the best pug healer, the second best pug healer, but it depends very much on tuning. But as of right now, the best pug healer is by far Mistweaver, and then the second best pug healer would be Resto Shaman. However, past that point, I don't know. I don't know. Do these guys move? Can we grip them all? So, hard to say. Tuning matters a lot. What's this? Magic Dispel. All right, we're learning these dungeons, by the way, so I will be slightly distracted because I actually want to see and kind of pay attention to what the damage intake patterns look like and stuff. Okay, this doesn't look like it hits me that hard. One of the things I'm very curious about is seeing if there are a bunch of bleeds, what type of, like, how do they challenge tanks in these new dungeons? This is a Magic Dispel, which is at least dispellable, so Dwarf is powerful, okay? if that is actually affected. All right, let's go right. These Hydras on Mythic 0 mattered a lot. Let's see how they feel now. Just finished it. That's why I was thinking for Season 2. It's so hard to say because even current Mistweaver, if it was just tuned a little bit lower, would not be that good. You wouldn't play Mistweaver this season if it was just tuned not to be the meta healer. And sometimes they do this thing with tanks and healers that I can't say I'm the biggest fan of. But they absolutely just kind of decide, like they spin a wheel and they just say, hey, by the way, this season, this is the best. And then they just roll with it. I swear, actually. Like, I actually just straight up think that's how they do it. They just go, cool, spin the wheel. Next season, the meta healer is going to be Holy Paladin. And you're like, Holy Paladin? That doesn't make any sense. They're like, yeah, but we're going to make Holy Paladin do 30% more damage and 40% more healing than everyone else. And the few Holy Paladin mains in the world go, sweet. And everyone else goes, wait a second, what? But I swear that's kind of how they do it sometimes. Okay, I don't know which way to go. Let's go this way. So far, so good. So 15. 15 is the technique. It's not a very high key level here because we are scaled. So these guys, the little flowers. Let's pull. Okay, so it looks like big Hydra, big other dude, dot on party. I can probably pull. Those guys are open. Never mind. Well, that hurts. All right. So maybe don't pull both mini bosses in a row. So far, no damage to me, which is nice. That's chill. I kind of hope in my heart, a little bit in the back of my mind, and I don't know because I've actually gotten a lot of mixed feedback about this. Some people seem to agree and some people seem to vehemently disagree. I think that the game would be better if they did not challenge tanks as much as they currently do in Season 1. Personal opinion. I could be very off with this take, but in my opinion, if they simply did not, if they made tanks feel way more powerful, I think it would be good. Not bad. There is an easy answer to the gearing, okay? Every gearing path should work. You know, okay, it's a hot take, but it's a little bit of a gotcha answer, but I kind of agree for what it is worth. So these Hydras are really bad, but you can't skip them, yeah? Oh, those guys are casters. I shouldn't have pulled that together. This will be tough. So this is massive defensive on each one of these Hydras. It just seems a little overtuned, but not so bad here. All right. Okay, so if I want to pull the Hydras, I'm going to need to somehow... He doesn't move at all. Oh, I got disoriented. That's not good. Okay. I'm not saying unkillable. Oh, you can't move these at all. Okay, so hold up. If you want to pull this, I have to pull them back on these casters, or you play with DKs. So that's with external and unending resolve on the Warlock. That's a lot of damage. So Hydras are overtuned, and they do that type of damage. You know, one of the arguments that people make for the fact that Mythic Raid should drop very good items is that it is the hardest content in the game. Have you heard this argument before? Have you been paying attention to some of the drama, some of the creators, myself, and many others who have made videos talking about how perhaps the change to Mythic Raid is not good, and it might be destructive for the game. It might kill Mythic Plus. It might destroy Mythic Plusers, and I think that it's a bad idea on top of this, on top of that, etc., etc. Maybe you've been following the drama. One of the primary arguments against this, and the fact that the Season 2 gearing changes would be good for the game, is that Mythic Raiding is the hardest content and therefore should give the best rewards. I have a few thoughts about this, and I don't actually fundamentally agree with that, but there is some logic to it. However, if you were to accept this logic, and you were to accept this argument, then there is an easy solution. If Mythic Raid is the hardest content, and therefore requires the best gear, and should drop the best gear, just make it work in Mythic Raid and not Mythic Plus. Would that not be accurate? Would that not be how that works for what it is? Just saying, if it was true that Mythic Raid was the hardest content, What if you made it so that the gear you get from Mythic Raid is only applicable in Mythic Raid? As in, and I'm not saying you can't equip it in Mythic Plus, I'm just saying that like PvP, there is a scaling modifier. Yeah, no, it still works. You still get the gear, but it's capped in other forms of content. So for example, you get a 9 out of 6 Mythic item from the last 2 bosses of Mythic Raid, but that item is capped at 6 out of 6, the top level of the upgrade track, in keys. Would that be terrible? Because doesn't that solve the problem? Doesn't that actually address fundamentally if people say that it should drop those items? Then does that not solve the problem? That would be terrible. Why? I agree with you. I think it would be terrible too. The reason it would be terrible... What is that tank mechanic? The reason it would be terrible is the fact that that's not actually why you want to Mythic Raid. You don't Mythic Raid to get the items for Mythic Raid. By default, if you have access to the best items in the game, you have already killed the boss. The reason you want those items is to have a power level advantage over the other people who don't have the items for Mythic Plus. Because you've already killed the boss. And I feel like that is conveniently left out of the conversation when people use that argument to talk about this system. Have you noticed that? I feel like that is conveniently left out. Like, interesting. Okay, wait, I don't know which way to go. That boss seems okay. This way. Where is the... Oh, it's this path. Okay. I'm not even thinking like that. Just no one wants their character statistically to be weaker when they zone into a dungeon. But how... But would it even be that much weaker? They don't lose people on those changes. They'll just make it worse. I mean... Whoa. What's this? All right, so it's Everbloom. This is just Everbloom. The flowers stack... Well, that's a big dot. And they stack fast. Okay, but it's magic dispellable at least. Wait a second. It's a 20... So I'm slowed, which means it is a snare, which means Pally Freedom would work very well against this mechanic, or shapeshifting. I could also shapeshift, or it's a dispel from the healer. Okay, I don't mind that, as long as it's not a bleed. I really think they have to get away from using bleeds to challenge tanks. It's unfair. Unfair because it's not equal across the tanks. People who raid have to do keys. That's not fair. People who raid have to do a +10. No. Hold up. TV. Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. People who raid are required to do at least 8 keys per week in any amount of competitive raiding content. They are required to do 8 +10s. They are not required to do 8 +23s. That would suck. And you would have raiders completely up in arms. They would be ridiculously upset if you actually asked them to do the challenging keys, because they would say, why do I have to do this? I don't want to do it. And the barrier of entry to +22s is still better. You have to go in the flower, right? Isn't it something like this? You have to channel the beam into the flower. It's something along this line for this mechanic. Okay. Oh, wait. Do I go back now? It looks like we missed something. I have to go into the flower, maybe? This boss was hard in Mythic 0, but I don't remember why. This is the first time I'm testing this dungeon, so I'm a little focused and just kind of learning what's up. Soak the beam. I have to soak the beam, not put it into the flower. So I actually soak the beam entirely, like before into the flower. Okay. So I have to go stand in the circle while the flower is charging up. Okay. like this. Movement speed slowed. And then soak the beams hitting the circle. Okay, so it's not behind the flower, it's in the flower. Okay. It's not too bad. And then move the boss around the room probably. Seems decent. Just remember that the level of key, I think that that is a terrible argument only because the equivalent of a plus 10 in like rating context is what? A normal boss? Like, I'm not saying you still have to find a group, but it's actually easier to find a plus 10 than it is to kill the bosses on normal early on. Like, I don't think that that is a fair argument simply because it doesn't really work. Is that guy going to pull through the wall? That would be really bad. Okay, so I'm soaking the beam properly this time. All right. This seems actually not as bad as I remember it. This seems kind of doable. That person takes the mechanic out. He has a bleed on him and just a regular dot that seems kind of decent to heal. The mentality of the Mythic Raider more often than not is competitive. So most Mythic Raiders are not just doing the 8+10s a week. Add that to your gearing idea means they need 2 sets of gear. No, because Mythic Plus, you don't need separate gear for Mythic Plus. I'm saying that if you wanted to put, as an example, you could say the cantrip items, yeah? What if, for example, the last 2 bosses still have all of the items they do, but at least the item level was equivalent, but you just had an effect that said when you're in a Mythic Plus environment, this doesn't work. You would be exactly the same. Mythic Plusers would still want to get it, but wouldn't be required for keys and wouldn't give you a crazy gameplay advantage in keys. Like PvP gear. Yeah, like PvP gear. That would be overcomplicated. I think it'd be the opposite. I think it'd be easy to just simply say, same item. In raid, it does this. In keys, it does not do this. You don't have to make it 2 sets of things, or the other way around is also fine. You don't, no. Same item. Same item. Like right now, you have PvP items scaling to a higher item level in their content, which means you need the PvP item and it is not optional. If you don't have PvP gear that scales in PvP, you are trolling and you cannot do PvP. Because that gear is so significantly more powerful. I'm not saying they need to do that. I'm just saying, listen, what about just this change? Only this change. Okay, watch this. And I'm cooking, by the way. I'm not saying I know the exact answer. This is a conversation. Because I'm just, is there even a world, by the way, Allegro and Misjudged Anarchy? This is a question. Is there actually a world where you could come up with an answer that makes everybody happy? It might just be no. Do you know what I mean? It could actually be no. There might be this is maybe an unsolvable issue because the vast majority of people who play WoW, they're just different. You have people with different goals. You have people who are just saying, I want to do normal raid, but not mythic. You have other people who are saying, I want to do heroic raid, but not this. You have some people who are just housing gear. You have some people who are this. You have some people. I mean, it's like, how do you even begin to identify what the right decision is for the vast majority of players? You could only ever make X amount of people happy, and they might have to just play, not favoritism, but they might have to play a system or a game here where they go, let's make as many people happy as we can without inting the rest of our player base. Or the conversation might actually be, how do we not make it terrible for some population instead of how can we make it bis for everyone? Because that might not be possible. And I think that this is an important clarification to make about this whole conversation, because in today's world, it's not just World of Warcraft, it's in today's world. I mean, you tell me what you think about this. Regardless, and we'll get back to the actual gearing conversation and my thoughts about it in WoW, but right now, everything is so divisive. It's always we have to get this right for everything perfectly on each side, but it becomes a very black and white issue. And the actual issue is that we can't have a conversation about there are pros and cons to both things. There are some advantages to doing it this way, and there are some advantages to doing it a different way. Instead of having a conversation about it, we just say yes or no. In today's world, very few things are actually that black and white. And You have people who are passionate about it from this perspective. You have other people who are dispassionate about that same topic or have a completely different thought process. We need to be able to have a healthy debate, not actually just attack each other for enjoying the game the way that you might want to enjoy the game. It might actually be the right answer to just say, how can we all sit down at a table and just talk this out? You know what I mean? That could be where we end up with this issue. Okay? Where are we going, by the way? Where to go? I'm actually lost in this dungeon, so I'm just going to ask people real quick. How do I get to the middle? We have to get to the Light Warden boss. I think it's back this way. I think I went the wrong way. You take Bird at second. We killed the second boss. As funny as this sounds, I think I'm lost. I think this is very funny. I think it's this way. Wait, where's he going? That way? I think it's actually... I think I missed the bridge. This is hilarious. It's here. Oh, it's here. Yeah. It's this. There it is. Yeah, it's the bird. That's hilarious, by the way. The fundamental problem with humanity, since we figured out throwing a stone hurts somewhat. Exactly. And that actually, to be fair, is, I think, the genuine issue behind this. So it might not be possible to make everybody happy. And I think that it isn't just about WoW. I think that WoW might be suffering from the fact that this is sort of how the world is structured today, if that makes sense, Misjudge Anarchy. I think that WoW might just be feeling this change that we've all been feeling in many contexts outside of the game that we love, for what it is worth. Cool. That being said, what if, instead of it scaling differently, what if a 9 out of 6 item from Raid, and only this change, by the way, what if a 9 out of 6 item simply scaled to max 6 out of 6 in keys? What if that was the only change they made? So that means that the Mythic Raiders still have a massive advantage on crest saves. They could be weeks ahead, but by mid-season, I could catch up. What about that? Simple, only thing. You would still have the exclusivity of feeling like you've got the 9 out of 6 item, but midway through the season, you would not be so significantly ahead because you have access to this and I don't, and it's the last 2 bosses. So you feel good when it drops because it will benefit you in Raid. You still get the item, you get the cantrip effect, everything is fine, but it scales to max 6 out of 6, which we will all have access to, and then we'll scale to 8 out of 9 when we get the Venom Stones if they want to keep doing that system. Would that be... if you're upset about that, why? What would be the point? If you have to ask what would be the point of that, then I would ask you, what's the point of making the items in the first place? Why make them drop from Raid if the only reason you want them is for keys? Like, do you see, if you're listening to this and you think to yourself, man, that sounds like a terrible change, then why does it drop from Raid to begin with? You see? That kind of makes sense. That's my thought process. Like, if you don't want it for Raid, and the only reason you want it is for keys, then why does it drop from Raid? There's no more to say. That's the point. I'll rest my case. You see? Okay, but think about how you would time gate it or how Blizzard would benefit from how long the season is. Fair enough. So that top guilds can add 3 more paying players. Okay, there's no way that Blizzard makes enough money that this is actually a financial incentive. They are clearly thinking that it is going to be they think it's going to be an incentive for players to either put more time into the game because game time matters a lot for their metrics and their shareholders and stuff. But they don't make that much money from raid sales. And I'm saying even at the top end, I mean, they just don't. Do you know how much money Blizzard makes? If they put a $5 cash shop item for player housing, they will make way more money from this $5 item than they would from incentivizing people to boost Mythic Raid with real life dollars by buying WoW tokens. There is simply no world where they're going to make millions and millions, and they'll make hundreds of thousands of dollars, which sounds like a lot until you realize that the Brutosaur, we did the math at one point, earned them something like $90 million. Or, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. No, it was like tens of millions of dollars from adding a single mount to the cash shop. If they put a $2 item housing decor, they will earn more money than this. So it's not a financial incentive. It is very clearly a gameplay incentive where they think the players will end up either putting more time in or they'll end up doing something. It will increase retention over the season. There's clearly something going through their head where they think it will enhance the gameplay experience. Perhaps they think that when people actually go through the process of going into a Mythic Raid, that people will have a great time with it, and they're going to be like, dude, World of Warcraft is the coolest game. My friends, I've got to convince them to play because Mythic Raid is just so much fun, and everybody should Mythic Raid. Like, this is the coolest thing that has ever occurred in the history of my life, and I really love it. And if they just didn't put these items in, I never would have figured this out because I'd never actually bothered to Mythic Raid before. I was the type of person who said, well, I don't really like Mythic Raid, and so I'm not really going to do it, and it's a lot of effort. But now that they've put these special items in that will basically brick my Mythic Plus season, I've got to do it. So let me just go ahead and actually put the effort in because this is going to be just omega positive, fun, exciting, and I'm going to spend way more time playing this game because of this change. That's not going to happen. Like, the amounts of people who will go through that are less than 1% tops. Because the majority of the people, what they'll experience is being forced or feeling forced into doing content that they don't want to do. Then they're going to hit the prog boss, which they have to do because now they have to keep going because they're actually trying to get the last two bosses instead of just the regular bosses. Then they're going to feel absolutely in despair because prog bosses suck and require a lot of effort. And then what's going to happen is they'll have a negative feedback loop where they tell their friends not to play World of Warcraft because the game doesn't respect their time because they're all a little bit older. And I think that more people will feel like the second option than the first option. You'll have some people who are like, you know what, actually, I'm so glad because I happen to find a guild that I really like. And honestly, I wouldn't have Mythic raided if they didn't put this change in. Fair enough. That won't be the majority, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm super wrong about this, by the way. Perhaps I am so wildly off. And it's actually going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of tens of thousands of players are actually going to have such a fun time Mythic raiding that they just think to themselves, Blizzard, bravo on this change. The majority of people won't be affected by it to begin with. But the overall effect is going to be a perception problem way more than a player power problem, and the perception problem will only lead to increased negativity, not increased positivity. It will create negative associations, and the feeling of pressure and friction will not make the game better. It will make the game worse. If you feel forced into doing something that you don't actually want to do, that does not create healthy friction. Unless you actually really like it. And maybe, again, sometimes you have to get people into things. That's fair. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that. Sometimes you kind of have to, you don't think you're going to like a food, but you get somebody to try the food and they go, ooh, I kind of like this. That's sort of nice. Fair enough. I just don't think that's going to be raid. In my opinion, I don't think that that's going to be the result of this. I actually feel like the result will be more negative than positive. This is only my perspective. However, this is simply my perspective, and it is not the most well-rounded. I'm not speaking for the community. I am speaking for the people that I am aware of and myself. Because I can tell you right now that even if the items from Raid were actually 15 out of 6 item level, as in they're so powerful, you literally can't. They're going to be a 20% DPS increase. I still wouldn't raid. My thought process is if they actually, and I'm saying they're going to go infinitely hard on this, like they haven't gone this hard, to clarify, okay? And it's not going to be that much of a power gain. But for even if they put it to be 700% more power if you mythic raid, I won't. I will literally start the season and just go, cool, how am I going to have fun without actually pushing content? That would be my thought process. I will walk into season 2 and just think to myself, cool, so not pushing for title, that's fine. What's going to be my goal? Let me set a goal that is more reasonable for me, because this isn't my reality. I want mythic raid. I don't like it. It's not fun. That straight up is going to be how I think about the season. And I do not think I am alone in that. I think some people will feel pressured and they'll do it, but I really think that a lot of people will actually just be like, not my thing. And also, maybe they can't. That's the normal right way to play the game. True. Fair enough. Fair enough. I actually think that you're right, Allegro. If more people were willing to take a step back and realize that the point of the game is to have fun, and they thought to themselves, how can I set a goal that's reasonable for me, that also allows me to improve and practice and still have that feeling of progression, but I will have fun doing so? Absolutely. I do think that Blizzard needs to be somewhat responsible for giving people a little bit of a framework to better understand what goals they should set, because it would be asking maybe too much of players. Maybe I don't have enough faith in play. I'm not sure, but I think it would be not. I don't think it's accurate for you to say the game is so open-ended that they give you zero direction. They kind of have to tell you a little bit about what they might be doing. You know what I mean? Out of 8 people I play with for 12 to 10 years, 3 already said they will skip the second season. Yeah, I will be weaker in my content than people doing other content. Yeah, Mr. Heck, I agree. I think that there is if you were to take 1,000 people, 10%, so that's of each 1,000 representatives of the people who will get affected by these changes, 100 of them might enjoy it. That's at the high end. I really think it might actually be more like 50. Because even I know Hall of Fame Raiders. I'm connected enough in this community. I know people who are not just Hall of Fame Raiders, but like top 10 world guilds that are going to actually have access to these items before literally anyone else even has a chance to get them. I know people like that. And even they're saying, I don't like this change. Like, who does it benefit? It's a really good question. You have to ask yourself not just who does it hurt, but who does it benefit? Why would they? What's the advantage? I can't come up with a lot of really good answers for what the advantages of this change. So let's say that 1,000 people might be affected. For every 1,000 people, 50 of them end up having a good time with this change. 900 of them will dislike it, and 50 of them won't notice it. But I seriously think that it's skewed something like this, 90%, 80%. Like, I really think that the majority are going to be negatively affected by this. I think that that's true. Instead of it being even anywhere close to just being a positive thing. Does that make sense? That is my opinion. What do you think about this? Would you agree with that? So if it does actually benefit people, it won't benefit people that much. And I think it will hurt more people than it actually benefits. Ooh, my camera got super bricked. What change, Kina? There are 3 changes to discuss here. All 3 of them are impactful. 1 of them is super cool and gives people more access. 2 of them are less cool and takes away access from Mythic Plus players. We have to break each of them down. Number 1 change, that's a good change, by the way, because this is a change that actually increases access, for what it is worth, by the way. I don't have the time. Exactly. Yes. That's one of the biggest things to understand, is that it is an access problem, Captain Jack. That's what I'm saying. Of the 1,000 of the people who get affected by this, the end result, if it actually made people raid and people just had, like I said, an omega time with it, it might be a good change. I could absolutely see the argument of this would be a giga change. I just don't think most people have that option. Like, I straight up don't think that people have the availability to just decide to mythic raid. It's hard to find a guild. It's hard to find the time. It's hard to find the people. It's hard to find the access. It's hard to find. It's all of those things. It's many, many things. But it isn't as simple as just saying, well, now people will mythic raid because we put these items in. I actually don't think it's like that at all. I think it's specifically the opposite. Most people I know don't want to have a fixed raiding schedule. Raiding is super locked. Like raiding is omega locked. Behind, it's not just the time, because some people will make the arguments, and I've heard this, and I hear this argument. Come on. You already play the game for 20 hours a week, 30 hours a week. You're addicted. You play the game so much. It's not that hard to find time to raid. Just do it. But I play the game on my own time. So yes, we probably all spend a little bit too much time actually playing this game. But I do it on my own time. I don't do it on your time. I play whenever I want. If I have 5 hours in a night, I play 5 hours. If I have 2 hours, I play 2 hours. If I actually can't make it on Tuesday, I simply don't play on Tuesday. That's it. Whereas when you raid, you must decide and commit the time before the thing. That is kind of difficult. I don't understand how that isn't... Okay, I do understand why that isn't clearly understood, but I think that it is important to recognize that that is a massive barrier. I think that that is a massive part of this conversation where you could make raiding just the best content in the world and it still wouldn't actually make that much of a difference. Because if you don't already raid, the chances that you will start raiding because of these changes is low. And just not, I think, that applicable. The same people do the same mistakes over and over. That is a problem. I know how to answer that, Arnzua. That you're not wrong, by the way, but you're also... So, first of all, let me just get my YouTube chat loaded again, because for some reason I closed it out on accident. My bad. Hold on, let me just reopen YouTube chat. I think I tank on wall. Tank on wall. Well, I'm understanding this boss, so we can soak the orbs. That actually makes a little bit of sense. Yeah, so let's just do this here, though. You can replace them? No, you can't, Allegro. Hold up, wait a second. Now we have to make it differentiating. No, hold up, wait. That's a really good... I hear you. I totally do. Hi, Giggle. You're awesome. Giggle, I love you, by the way. You're awesome. I love your vibe. Okay. Allegro, what rank guild do you play in? How competitive is your guild? I have a way to talk about this. This is important. What level do you raid at? I only pug. Okay. So pugging and competitive raiding is different than low tier cutting edge guild. Like world 1000th. Not world 10th. Not world 5th. Not world 50th. Not the people who are actually competing. Low tier CE. The people who are still finishing their Lura Prog right now. And also have finished it more recently. The people who are currently trying to get CE. There's like two big things to understand about this. Number one, the quality of the player is not as strong as Liquid. Let's put it that way. That's number one. Number two, okay? Listen. The roster issue is by far the hardest part of a raid guild of that angle. By far. The roster issue is the greatest challenge. Like, oh my God. It's so hard to find people to fill up your raid. You cannot just replace people. It is super difficult. Like, the roster boss is actually harder than the actual boss you're fighting. It's not even, like, I think that it's hard. Like, Mythic lore is hard. Having people that somehow stick out the entire raid tier To get to Mythic Laura is way harder. Like, it's actually so difficult to find people who would somehow stick out the entire tier. Because people, like, the churn in those guilds is massive, but not on purpose. The churn is not option. It's not like a choice thing that happens. It's actually very much a, you know, yeah. That's like, but I hear you, and I understand that in general, like for Mythic Plus, if you don't pull your weight, you'll probably get replaced. Yeah, they'll just kick you. Totally get it. Understood. But I don't think that's the reality for most guilds. I don't think it's easy to just replace. I think it's actually quite difficult to just simply replace the person. The guild I got seeing last season, my boyfriend and I pulled in on Dimmy. I brought 2 friends for Mercs because they didn't have enough people. Yeah. At least we can use Void Cores and Heroic. That is a great change. So that's the other change. Kino, you asked me what the 3 changes were. So let me explain. Let me actually go through them if you're following this conversation and want to stay up to date. Blizzard has effectively tried to incentivize raiding, and they have done so in a way that has upset the Mythic Plus community. The reason it has upset the Mythic Plus community is because here are the changes. The last 2 bosses on Mythic difficulty will drop super Omega exclusive Giga Rare items that are 9 out of 6 Mythic, and you cannot, under any circumstance, catch up to them if you're a Mythic Plus player. There is 0 catch up. No, it doesn't matter. Midway through the season, end of the season, doesn't matter. You cannot access this item level. You are locked. You will never get them. The people who can kill the last 2 Mythic bosses will have access to these items. They are also all cantrip. If I can show you them right here, actually. I'm on PTR. So if I go to raids and I go to the Venomous Abyss, these 2 items, all of the items from this boss on Mythic will drop at a special item level that is completely locked, as long as my UI doesn't bug. Yeah. And they're all Venom Cursed cantrip effects. So if you take a look, as a Guardian Druid, there is a 2-handed agility pole arm. This has additional effects, additional item level, and I will never touch it. My max gear will be basically 328, and whoever can get this will be 337. There is a headpiece that has a special cantrip effect. There is a necklace that gives you Omega Crit and has a special cantrip effect with 2 sockets. There are these 2 trinkets, which at least they nerfed this trinket, by the way, but there are other trinkets. Pause. The fuck was that? Pause. I swear I just heard a ton of people scream. Pause. Very strange. Very strange. Interesting. Supposedly, there was no screams. It must have been something, like maybe my music flashed or something like this. I should hydrate. I should drink. Let me go get some. Let me get some electrolytes in me. Okay. As you can see, I'm so passionate about this topic that it takes a toll on my mental health. You know, I'm very passionate about this topic, and that's my bad. Apparently, yeah, that's the thing. Okay. So the 9 out of 6 items are impactful, but they're not actually as impactful as you think, okay? Those are the screams of the Mythic Plus community. Apparently, yes. However, that's the surface level argument is that 9 out of 6 things, they're a problem and they discriminate against the Mythic Plus only players who don't Mythic raid, because you will never kill the last 2 bosses on Mythic. That's a problem. Anyone who has access to those items will be permanently ahead of you on not just item level, but also on the most powerful trinkets, the most powerful items, the most powerful, like their special rare items. That's going to be a power difference, etc. That isn't as big of a problem as people are making it out to be. This is why. Because those items are quite difficult to get. And just because. Oh, what's up, Arson? Will you raid? Oh, GG's, Arson. Have a good night. Don't mean to keep you. We're talking and we're having a little bit of a rant right now about the changes to gearing still, because it's a very hot topic. But I still think that there's a miscommunication about why it's problematic. It isn't the access to those 9 out of 6 mythic items that are really going to brick your overall item level, because do you know how hard it will be for you to completely fill out your character on all these slots? There are a lot, by the way. And so what it is worth, it's not like 1 or 2 items, which means you would have to kill the boss multiple times, have bonus rolls going into the boss, as you know you're going to kill Ulatek on Mythic, which is not easy to do. And then you're going to need to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, basically. And then also you need to have the same thing from the Coiled Altar, which are going to be 1, 2, 3 minimum. So you have like 7 to 8 items, which means if you kill this on week 8 of a season, the chances that you even get the loot is low, and then you have to bonus roll, finds it in your vault, which is also low. So reasonably speaking, it'll take you 4 months, 5 months to even get all of it. And even then, you might not actually have all these slots filled out. So that isn't my problem. I think the 9 out of 6 items are surprisingly okay. There's 2 big problems. One of them is a perception problem, but the other one is this. This is the actual issue. And Deco, we can do whatever key you'd like. You lead. The actual issue is the 6 out of 6 change. Every single boss you kill on Mythic will drop fully upgraded Mythic gear. Think about right now, every Mythic item you get is 1 out of 6 Mythic, correct? If you kill a harder boss, you get a 3 out of 6 Mythic, or 4, you save some crests. But imagine every boss, perma, is max upgraded Mythic. That's the problem. For people who don't Mythic raid at all, you will get affected by this within the first 2 weeks. If somebody gets lucky, that's an entire week of crests. Minimum, it's 80 crests that you save. You only get 100 crests per week. So if somebody gets 1 item from the first boss of a Mythic raid, which still requires you to be early on, you can't really pug them, not really the first few weeks. We don't know how hard they're going to be. That's the issue. Because if you get 1 item, then you get 2 items. Maybe your vault has a 3rd item, which is also going to be 6 out of 6 Mythic, max upgraded. Now you're 5 item levels ahead, total. Like, you're just casually applying, and you have 4 item levels on me. Even if I have done everything right with gearing. Even if everything went perfect for me, and I had a good vault, I will not compare. I think that's a problem. I do. I think that is the real issue with these changes, is it will not just limit access, but it could be ridiculously broken. Redunculously broken. Not like a little bit broken. It could be very broken. That's my issue, if that makes sense. I see your point. Yeah, but if you think it's hard to get invites even now, Allegro, man. If you think it's hard now, imagine being not a Mythic Raider next season. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, effectively, people who don't play meta already feel this, right, Allegro? What do you play, Allegro? What class do you play in WoW? That's where I stopped. No, that's in your right. And I have a problem with that too, and I actually hope that they look at that. It's literally one of the biggest problems of the game and one of the biggest factors of people unsubbing, correct? PTR now 12.1. Yeah, it's a 12.1 V3. T-Muck, you can't mess with people's access in World of Warcraft. Yes. That's the thing. You're absolutely right. The greatest detriment to WoW is access. It doesn't even matter how, because they actually have done really amazing changes. Like Midnight Season 1 had arguably you just could get more gear than ever before. Mythic Plusers had all the advantages. The game was quite friendly. And even, what the fuck is that? No, they were screaming. actually just like some concert or something going on. It's not in my head. The fuck are people screaming outside my window for? It wasn't in my head. I swear. I thought there was some natural disaster. Bro, what the? I was genuinely like, is there an earthquake? Yeah, you heard something too? Is this what is this? That's what I'm saying. Hold up, we're gonna talk about the game. One second. No, I'm not gonna take you. What is this? That's the second time. Is there some weird thing? What is happening? Did you hear the screaming? Bro, I straight up was like, am I in America? Like, what's going on? Like, I didn't realize I was next to a school and what's happening? I'm getting flashbacks for when I lived in New York. Damn. Maybe some weird animal. It's Thailand. What do you mean some weird animal? We have giant lizards and snakes normally. This is not some... They can't have a weird animal. There's no way. What the hell? Cats fighting, they can scream. No, it was like a concert. It was like an entire group of people were like, ah. There's no elephant. That's not how that works. They release you can test the new dungeons, but not all of them yet. Bro, it freaked me out. I've never heard that. I don't live in an area with screaming. I'm just a little sorry. What were we talking about? At least I know it's not in my head. This is the thing. At this point, at least I know that I have hydrated. Like it's not actually me. That's good. This is fantastic news. I actually, even if there is some bad stuff happening outside, it's all gonna work out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Aren't you also able to get any of these cantrip effects on tier slots if they are tier pieces and you catalyze them? Is that a thing? No. So the way it works is the opposite, actually. Actually, it's the opposite. No. Gaja. Sorry, let me make sure if I read this correctly. You are not able to get the cantrip effects. Currently, the way that they said right now, I don't know if this is actually going to stay the same. But the way that it currently reads is actually, if you get this headpiece from the last boss, it keeps the cantrip effect when you convert it to tier. Not reduce, it keeps it. So it's not just bis, it's omega bis, it's gigabis, the quite giggest of bisses, because it will you'll get the tier and the cantrip effect and the stats. They said at least the stats. Stats have been confirmed. So if you want a high haste helm, this will keep the haste, but I don't know about the cantrip effect. As far as I know, though, it does. And so it's tier plus cantrip, which means once again, omega bis, gigabis. That's a even more of a problem, right? Yeah, the cantrips are confirmed too. That's tough. Yeah, that's gonna be a little rough. Bro, it's happening again. There's a group of it's a bunch of girls and they're screaming outside, I swear. That's the third group scream. Allegra, I haven't been streaming for that long. I don't have a stream. I live in there's no way that a group of people came to Thailand for this. I don't think people know me. Start screaming back? No, I don't know what they're screaming about. That would be super awkward. People in Thailand don't really do that. Join in? No. What are we doing? Void Scar Arena. Okay. You can't hear it. It's in my head. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. Maybe it is. Maybe, yeah, the pain of the Mythic Plusers is really... You 3-star that key and they brought you cake. Isn't 6 out of 6 only from Vault and bonus roll? Yes. Well, no. If you not... 1 second. No, hold up. Let me run. I'm going to run an ad. I'm going to go check what the fuck is happening right now. Deco, 1 second. Something, this is the weirdest shit. Hold up 1 second. Let's continue talking about this in a moment, okay? Apparently, there's just some form of event taking place outside. It all seems to be okay. Apparently, there's just some event that's happening. I don't know what it is. It's very distracting. Okay, yeah, it's all good. All good. Anyways. Okay. The 6 out of 6 fully upgraded mythic items will be from every mythic boss that you get as well. So even if you can kill a few bosses, any item that drops is apparently fully upgraded. The question is, did they have to do that because they put in a system where they were going to give people access to mythic items? The problem is that they've put the mythic items in a spot where the first change is great. Everybody has access to mythic items. Sweet. Great. Yo, Captain Jack, thank you for the sub. But then the next change, not so great. That was where they lost it, unfortunately. So I think you can go pull like in here and then maybe go like all the way. Let's try big pull. Maybe we pull this guy back. This is wow, this is kind of a bit of a tank damage. No problem. Let's pull him back. Let's see how this goes. Pre-incarn pull. And then you're gonna go like bam. And you're going to kick this, and then you're going to kick that, and you go like a so. Nice. Okay, cool. So, funny part about Mythic last boss is they provide literally zero value. That's the thing, Timok. That's what I was saying earlier. You're absolutely right. Because this was one of the big... I've been talking about this now for a little bit, because when I read the changes, I was thinking to myself just how many people would be potentially not just upset, but really... like what would the actual reality of this be, right? That was a genuine question. It's a good thought process. What will the result of this change be? In my opinion, it will be largely negative. But why is a good question. It's a really good question. Wait, why is he getting Omega enraged here? Some people like to parse and raid, but not most people. He just has absorbs and absorb shield. It's a shield, apparently. You need to... Shield goes burr. Yeah, you need to kill the shield, apparently, and to break the smash. Okay. So, I think we can just reset and try it again. Maybe a quick reset? Quick reset, maybe? Actually seemed okay. But I think we could just quickly reset, maybe. First pull. All right, cool. Quick reset. Sounds good. I got super distracted by the people screaming outside. It's my bad. Super rough. When are you playing Blood ZK? We'll see. Testing. First, I'm playing Guardian right now. It's testing, Zing. It's absolutely fine. There's no problem. No. I'm chilling. I just want to learn the dungeons. When I'm testing, because I like to play tank, healer, and also sometimes DPS, I also want to understand the dungeon. Not just, for example, be able to play it as one spec. I want to be able to play it as multiple. All the tanks, if possible, if I have time, as well as all the healers, or as many healers as I can for timing, right? Here's the question. This is the easiest way to kind of solve the answer to this. Timok. No, I don't think so. Did they, Bird? Anybody has confirmed that they fixed the Apex? I can test it right now. I would love to test with Apex, actually. Did they test the bug? Let me see. I was testing no Apex still, because I don't think they fixed it. Let's find out. Here, let's just drop... what was I going to drop for this? It was going to be, I think, Brambles and this. Let me just see. What's the bug? Yeah, let's find out. Testing, 1 second. Yeah, we can just see right now. You want to see if the Apex is fixed? Let's go and just pull a few things. The Apex for Guardian Druid. No, it just basically is that it will AoE taunt every mob in a 40-yard radius. So if I just pull this, and then I were to activate my Apex, yep, it's not fixed. It actually still taunts every single mob in a 40-yard radius, ignoring line of sight. Nope, absolutely not. Still totally bugged. All right, can't test with Apex. Nope. What's up, GP? GP at home. I've seen you in my suggested. I don't actually think I know you that well, but I've seen you in my suggested. Hello. You've come at a perfect time. Two things. Number one, I was very distracted by a bunch of people screaming outside. For a second, I thought I forgot to take my medication. But lucky for me, it's not that. There was actually people screaming outside, and there seems to be some sort of event. The second thing we're talking about is whether or not the changes next season are good or not. I see GFO and I see people. Do you like Mythic Plus and do you like raiding GP at home? Or how do you enjoy World of Warcraft? And if you have to go, no problem. But I would love to ask you a question. How do you currently enjoy WoW? I love all things WoW. Okay. Do you know about the gear changes that are happening in Season 2? And what are your thoughts on those gear changes? Did you test Warrior yet? I did, actually. I tested Mountain Thane and Colossus in the previous dungeon, not in these new dungeons. Okay? So are you familiar with those changes? That is what we're currently discussing. The conversation is about whether or not those changes are going to be positive or negative for the general community. The gear changes I haven't tested on PTR. I am not sure of the new change. Okay, may I explain the new changes to you so that you can be looped into the conversation and we can all participate in the conversation? Ready? Here's what's up. There are 3 major loot changes that are happening. Okay, great. Number 1, the last 2 bosses of Mythic Raid will drop exclusive 9 out of 6 items that you cannot get if you are not a Mythic Raider. Cannot. It's unaccessible. You will never be able to catch up. They're also all special rare cantrip items. So if I open the dungeon journal right now and I show you from the last 2 bosses, people who are Hall of Fame Raiders or CE Raiders will have access to the Omega Bis gear, like there's an agility pole arm for Guardian, but there's also a weapon for almost every spec. This has an additional effect on top of being a higher item level. You can see that this is 337, and the only item I would ever have access to is a regular 328 6 out of 6 with no cantrip effect. There is also a headpiece that will, for example, be not just higher item level, but also have a cantrip effect. There's a neck that has a special effect. There are trinkets that are Omega Bis, and et cetera, right? So that's one of the big problems, is that now Raiders will have a competitive advantage that Mythic Plus you can't access it. There's no catch up. There will be, in the middle of a season, we get like the Venom Stone system. The Venom Stone system will at least allow you to upgrade some weapons and stuff, right? Okay, yes. But that isn't actually one of the biggest changes because it's going to be very difficult to get those items, right? I'm neutral with the last boss. So that's exactly right. Okay. Rough Justice. Wait a second. Because that's the thing that has made headlines of, oh no, I'm never going to have these items. Yeah? That's like the thing that everybody is talking about and kind of what has made that the big thumbnail, you will never get this type stuff. Yes. But it actually isn't the pernicious change. The real hard change is the fact that every mythic boss, including the first few, will drop fully upgraded 6 out of 6 items. The issue with a 6 out of 6 item is that I have a finite amount of crests, and early season, it is very difficult to catch up on those crests. If you are a Mythic Plus player, you know the pain of having to make sure that you gain your crests efficiently. It's very important that you do not waste your crests early on because you only have so many of them, and that could be a problem. Now, anyone who manages to not just pug the first few bosses of Raid, but also happens to get a little bit lucky and perhaps obtain a few of these max items 6 out of 6, has 2 problems with it. Number 1, you also are going to be done gearing very fast. As in, what's next? After you obtain your 6 out of 6, what's next? The other thing is that your item level will simply be so much higher than somebody who is a Mythic Plus only player that it's kind of GG's for you. Like, people who are not raiding will not be able to access this item level, and if you are applying for groups, it is the only differentiating factor aside from your IO. So it's kind of just, how do you contend with this? And is it going to actually make the game better by having these items in here? Think about it. Just by killing the first few bosses, you would have access to these 6 out of 6 items. So that's the issue. in my opinion, I think that that is a worse problem than the 9 out of 6 items, because realistically, it's going to take you a long time. Just because you kill the last 2 bosses on Mythic does not all of a sudden mean that you just casually have... Do you know what I mean? Like, hold up, wait, think about that. Just because you are able to kill the last 2 bosses on Mythic doesn't actually mean you're going to get all your items right away. Like, it's going to take you a bit. You would have to kill them multiple times on Mythic and also get lucky and also somehow save your bonus rolls and then maybe get Lucky Vault. There's a lot of items, so it's going to take you months and months to really find those items. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't think that that's going to be a massive problem because Liquid will get them, sure. You know, that's a weird effect. That's like actually a warrior effect. This guy kind of hurts. I am stuck. What do I do? Oh, you have to... Wait, hold up. I'm testing the new dungeon. I haven't been here before. Well, that's crazy. So, those are the main 2 changes. That anything that appears in your vault from the first few bosses are going to be max upgraded 6 out of 6. So you have to spend no crests upgrading them. And on top of that, anything you get from those bosses will be 6 out of 6. And Mythic Plusers, although they'll have access to Mythic Track Gear, the Mythic Track Gear will be 1 out of 6. You'll have to spend 80 crests if you do the Heroic change, where you get the Heroic thing, right? The Heroic thing where you upgrade it to save 1 upgrade track, so it's 80 crests. Think about it like this. It's going to be weeks of progress. It's going to be weeks and weeks ahead. So 1 week is 100 thing. Zing, can I ask you, could you be a little bit less abrasive? You know my stream. You've been here before. I appreciate that you have a certain sense of humor. Could I politely ask that you have a reasonable... Yeah, just be like slightly less abrasive. Thank you. That's how they keep you from... So... I had so much fun this season, I'm kind of bummed about that. Basically, we went from having the most access as non-raiders to having the worst access going into next season. Raiders will have a massive advantage, but the many people are of the opinion that this might be a good change. There are arguments for a good change. I totally hear that, by the way. And one of the biggest ones is, you know what, look, raiding requires a lot of effort. If somebody is going to spend the effort raiding, they should be rewarded with the best items in the game. I agree with that. I agree. Raiding is that you have 20 people. It's difficult to do, especially early on. The bosses are hard. It takes a lot of coordination. The harder bosses are like crazy, man. Huge. Totally 100%. 100%. What's up, Jerome? But... if that argument was to be taken to its nth degree, and if I were to actually agree with it completely, there's also a kind of a loophole with it. Jerome, I mean, you're somebody who does competitive rating. You would have a thought process about this. What do you think about it? Here's the problem with that argument, okay? You ready? If you are rating and want to be compensated for the fact that rating is the hardest content in the game, what if they simply capped the 9 out of 6 items so that they don't scale to 9 out of 6 in keys? So, for example, you as a raider will get the 9 out of 6 item, but it won't benefit you in keys because when you zone into a key, it'll just be capped at 6 out of 6. What about that? Does that not kind of address the problems with it and still gives it that exclusivity, still gives it that really cool feeling of, hey, we're killing the last few bosses, I get 337, but when I go into a key, it's not going to be 337 so that it's not unfair, as an example. What do you think about that? That's just worse than removing it altogether. But here's the question. If you heard that and you thought to yourself, that sounds like a terrible change, why? And I'm not trying to get you, but if the hardest content in the game should reward the best items for the hardest content in the game, why do you need it for keys? And if you don't want the hardest, if you don't want the best items in the game for the sake of raiding, why is it attached to raiding? If you, for example, don't actually care about getting those items for getting better at raid, then why is it attached to raid? If you're doing it for the sake of getting them for keys, why is it attached to raid then? If that's the whole purpose, why is it not attached to keys? I also don't think that I think that early CE is actually very incredible. Like, imagine killing Lura 2 months ago. Oh my god, crazy hard boss. But to be honest with you, and I think Lura, as far as I know, every time I see somebody prog that boss, I just think to myself, I am so glad that I don't have to do this. So to be fair, it does seem super hard. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying late CE is not exactly the hardest content in the game. That's another big thing about it. But by default, if you can access these items, you've already killed the boss. That's how that works. And if you have already killed the boss, why do you need the items? And you say, well, because they're super fun. For what? So you can kill the boss again? True. It'll help you parse on reclear. Sure. Absolutely. That's super fun. But the reason that you actually want them is so you can get a competitive advantage in keys. Like, that's like a large factor, like a massive factor of getting these items and wanting access to them is so that you can get more power in keys. Because it will give you a massive advantage in keys, and you'll sit there and you'll think to yourself, aha, now I am better than you. And that is actually what people really want in World of Warcraft. People are addicted to that feeling of being a little bit more than, what's up, Obley? Yeah, we're still going for it. This is still part of the conversation we're having. I've thought about it even more. Obley, you're the exact way. Please tune in on this. Like, for what it is worth, bring it. I want to hear. Because I am but one of many opinions. And as I give you my opinion on this, just know that I am one voice on the interwebs. I have some news for you. Oh, wait. Is this... You did the maths? Okay, all right. What's the maths? Yeah? What's the, This sounds ominous. Is it good news? It sounds like bad news. What is, By week 8, we got the upgrade tokens. Yeah, the Venom Stones. It'll go to 8 out of 9 Mythic. To clarify, Obley, though, I do think, I've thought about it more, and I realized I have zero problem with the 9 out of 6 Mythic items, for what it is worth. This is actually kind of a cool bear form. Yeah, I like this for what it's worth, though. How does Blood DK feel? Haven't actually tested Blood DK yet. Obley is super cool. He is the Giga DK content creator. You want to be close to him after the charge. At week 8, there was 180 guilds that killed the last boss. That's actually a lot more than I thought. To be honest with you, Obley, that's a significant more than I thought there was, to be honest. The thing about those 9 out of 6 items, right? You would have to kill it multiple times. That's also fair, Derek's. Part of the progression in WoW and part of the progression in any game is just increasing your player power. I don't know what this does, by the way. Whoa, we got lines. We've got blaze mechanics. All right, blaze lines. Blaze lines it is. That's part of any game, right? But MMOs have to be careful about one thing, which is that you're supposed to give everybody access because everyone should be able to progress their character at a reasonable level. But It's really difficult to balance that in WoW. You always got the best, less coolest item from the last boss. Yes, even right now, it's still like that. There's Eye of Midnight and the neck that has whatever. Like, you still feel rewarded for getting some things. There is also some trinkets that I'll never get, but at least I felt like I had access, though. I don't know how I feel about this yet. I have to see. This is the first time in this dungeon, so we don't know. I think that the door bugged earlier because we killed one of the mini-bosses and had to backtrack. 85 people do Mythic Plus that can have access to those potential for these items. So now we aren't saying... I don't think that 9 out of 6 is the problem. I actually, oddly, believe it or not, when it comes down to it, you know what my actual problem is? It's the 6 out of 6 fully upgraded items. That's my real problem. That's what it is. But I am curious. Tell me more about the maths. By week 8, 170 guilds had killed the last boss, but only, I'm imagining, once or twice. So that means that some of their raiders would have 1 or 2, if they bonus roll, the items plus a vault. So there's a chance that some of the people would have 1 or 2 of the items, but not all of them. And there's going to be an incentive to re-clear. So not that many people would have it. If they don't fix the heroic thing, I think many people will be forced to make a crest guy next season, right, T-Muck? Well, this guy is kind of a visually cool boss. GP, it's nice to meet you. Sorry, I was in the middle of a rant, plus there was screaming outside, so I was very distracted by this. What even is a crest guy? Oh, fun fact. This is super degenerate, but there is a system which existed this season, but not many people knew about it. So, yeah, the heroic crest guy. It's pretty funny, actually. I mean, it's kind of funny. I don't know about really funny. Basically, you know how you get the crest discount? That guy doesn't seem that bad, actually. That boss seems okay. You know how you get the crest discount for having all slots at heroic item level? Yeah, the discount for crest upgrades. So what you do is you make a character, you play that character incessantly nonstop for many, many hours. You get all of the mythic crests, plus you have to do mythic raid and stuff. Then what you do is you downgrade all those mythic crests. So you are effectively losing omega value. Like, that character will never, ever, ever, ever be fully powered. You are intentionally downgrading all of your mythic crests to heroic, so that you can max out the heroic crest, because downgrading crest does not actually count for the cap. Then what happens is you can get the heroic achievement early, so that your main character, when you go back on your main character, gets a discount for the heroic items. Yeah, you play your main, but you don't spend anything for about 2 weeks. And then you play the ult character, and your ult character has to waste all of their crests just to accomplish this. Why would anyone do it? Because this is the nature of the player base. Why would anyone do it? Excellent question. Because no. The reason that people would do this is specifically because item level equals access. It's not even because it's fun. Why not do it? That's fair enough. Some people enjoy the degenerate grind, sure. But realistically, okay, it's because item level equals access. The other thing is that Mythic, these realms, this server is like absolutely breaking with ping right now. I don't know what's happening, but it's rough. It's giving me anxiety now too. Obly. Could you potentially do the math? If you were going to do maths, I would be curious to know this. They're probably worthy of that spot. Fair enough. That's actually fair. I don't think the 9 out of 6 items are going to be that much of a problem. One of your shorts made it all the way to your Facebook page. You mean my YouTube shorts? Wait, Malden. My YouTube shorts or my cat shorts? Like the cat content? Wait, which one? My YouTube short made it to your Who? Where? What? Why? I'm here from Facebook as well? What? It did? Which one? Wait, what? What? Wait, you're here from Facebook as well? What did I miss? I've been reposting it for view. Wait, what did I miss? Can I send you the link? Absolutely, you can. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, sure. I mean, I know that the cat reels have gone kind of viral. There's like millions of views across those, but I didn't know the YouTube short had this. I saw you this morning on Facebook. What? Raccoons they are super cool, right? This is super cute. Raccoons are amazingly cute, although I can never own them as a pet because they are rascals, and that's why I like them. Wait, hold on. Which one? Now I'm curious. They are super scared. That's why I like them, though. I couldn't see your UI and add-on profiles in Discord. Should be there. As a brand new tank in World of Warcraft, I just want to say I really appreciate all the hard work and passion you put into tanking. Well, thank you, Call of Art, and I appreciate you saying the kind words there. Oh, it's this brutal slam guy. We gotta break their shield right now. I sent you it? Okay, I'm curious now. Let me see. I'm super curious about this. Which one? I want to know. Did you send it on facebook.com? Wait. Facebook. Oh shit, it's opening in private browsing. 1 second. Oh my god, that was close. Who this? Mythic Plus Daily. What is this? This is from a video. This is not even a short. This is somebody clipped that from a video. All right, that's cool. Sweet. I should comment. I should be like, that's me. That's funny. Okay, Obli. Maths. Question. I find the crest thing interesting, though. That's what I'm wondering about. That's a question for you. Okay. So you don't post on Facebook? No, I post cat reels on Facebook. I have like a personal Facebook with it's got like 50,000 followers now or whatever. I started it a few months ago. I started posting some cat stuff on Facebook, but I don't post WoW stuff on Facebook. No. I do not post WoW stuff on Facebook. Just really cute cats. Who am I watching? Mythic Plus Daily. It's not my channel. I have no idea. Okay, wait. A bleed on me. Hulking Claw. Nature damage per second. Okay. No, yeah, not me. Obli. Okay, so guessing they're doing this because Mythic Plus players only get 2 items a week, which they can upgrade fine with Crest, not thinking about crafting, whereas Raiders would loot a Mythic Raid and not be able to use it because their hero piece is the same item level. I don't think that compensation makes sense. I think that in actuality, because you will get 6 out of 6 Mythic loot. Obli, let me ask you a question. In the first 4 weeks of the season, how many items did you get from Mythic Raid? Could I ask you that? Also, Allegro, could you send me the link that you're referring to? Because I'm kind of curious. Wow, so much melee anti-unfriendly area denial on this boss. What are these stacks here? Oh my god. Okay, I've missed something. Something that was doing way too much damage. Lingering poison. Leaves a poison pool. Oh, I can't go on the pool. Okay. That's actually fine. I can taunt and barkskin. What is this? Lingering poison. Oh, it's a dispel. It's a dispel. Okay, that was the thing. It's stacked on dispel. Gotcha. Core probably just tier trinkets and the rest came from Mythic Plus or Vault. In your raid, how many people... I mean, you killed the first few bosses early on. The question is, how many people actually looted an item from the raid? Because in my opinion, the 6 out of 6 could be really, really tough to overcome. I don't know if I like this boss. I don't think I understand this boss, though. That was on fun. Oh, no problem. All good. Just curious. So he does a frontal. You can't get... If you walk over the poison pool, you get a dispel, or is it auto-applied? Let me see. No, it's an auto-applied dispel. So poison dispel. Again. Many poison dispels in this dungeon pool. Many poison spells. So, when I think about it, many of the points that I was making earlier as I actually try to finish this boss and not die here, yeah, there's a ton of poison spell. It was also quite melee anti-unfriendly, and that dispel does a lot of damage. Like, actually quite a bit of damage. I'm assuming we just kite the ad. We don't kill the ad. Poison Creeper, so he has a dispel on him. I also do. It's a lot of damage. Like, oh my god. Oh, this guy. Oh, he just kills you with the fixate. Oh, I see. He's actually just doing giga damage to... me, not through, that's like a regular, you just can't let him hit you. Okay, got you. That guy, he did crazy damage. Yeah, got you. All right, gotta kite the ad. Noted. No problem. I got distracted by all the screaming and stuff. Okay. Demon Hunter's offline. Holy Paladin will be strong as well. Well, hold up. The problem with Holy Paladin might not be that. Roughly 4 items a boss by week 4 is 5 bosses, 3 bosses first week, then 4 second. Plus the vaults that you would get from that obli, because the vaults will also drop at 6 out of 6. So reasonably speaking, if you received 2 items a week from Mythic Raid, by week 3, you would be 500 crests ahead. Right? That's 5 weeks. If you receive 2 items per week, 1 from Vault, 1 from a raid kill. That's just 1 from Vault, 1 from a raid kill. You'd be 500 crests ahead. Like 1 from the actual kill, and then a Vault too. And you also have bonus roll if you choose to use it. I don't know if you would actually send bonus rolls early though, for what it's worth. I'm not sure if you would or would not send bonus rolls on early bosses. That might be a completely different argument. We wouldn't have things to spend it on though. You would just get them at 6 out of 6. Well, because you would, okay, that's fair. You would actually just be able to craft, it's actually a good point. You wouldn't have anything to spend it on. Very fair point. But Mythic Plusers would have things to spend it on, and you wouldn't be able to get it. I think I understand this boss, but we're not going to get to see the end. We'd have to rerun. I don't mind rerunning this a little bit, though. You would get to craft your items faster. That's actually a fair point. I hadn't thought about that, because no sparks. I wouldn't have thought about that too much. Vault bonus roll doesn't give 6 out of 6. It does give 6 out of 6. Each bonus roll on Mythic would, but I think you would be trolling if you sent bonus rolls. He's offline. I think you would be trolling if you sent bonus rolls on early bosses. You would probably want to save them for last few bosses, considering you would have the Mythic Crest stored up. I still think that that's a pretty massive advantage. Like, I think that's not a little advantage. I think it's kind of massive. That, to me, is the harder thing to overcome early on, because crests are at such a premium. And again, it's not because of player power. The people who get affected by this aren't necessarily going to have like a player power problem, right? Where it's like you're not going to be able to complete your keystone or whatever because of you don't have these items. That's actually not what the problem is. It's just access. It's just the same thing we talked about before. But an even bigger question is this. Sometimes we get so caught up in talking about the micro issues that we don't zoom out and talk about the macro issue. The macro issue for these things is very simple. 2 big issues. Number 1, is it fun? But the biggest issue, that's number 2. I take a step back. The micro issue is the item level actually a problem? Are the changes to gearing next season a real issue for the player base? Is it going to brick people's keys? Is it going to actually kill your enjoyment of playing this game? Should you quit right now if you're a Mythic Plus only player? That's the micro issue. The macro issue is a much bigger problem. The real nefarious thing is, who does it help? We're all arguing about whether or not it's a good thing or a bad thing, but my question is, who does it help? If you took 1,000 people that this system will actually affect, because the vast majority of people won't interact with it at all. Most people who play WoW and have a paying subscription don't even know this is happening. But who does it help out of 1,000 people that will be affected by this? My argument is that perhaps 50 of those players are going to be really excited about this, maybe even 100. So 5 to 10% of the people who will get affected by the item level disadvantage or the potential of special gear or access are going to be like, I will raid because of this. The people who were already raiding were already going to raid, and didn't actually hate the system, they were not going to quit without this. So we're targeting people who would not have already been raiding, will now have to find a mythic guild, maybe make their own. And I would argue that out of 1,000 people like this, maybe 50 to 100 will actually start raiding. That's number one. And number two, will have a good time with it. So maybe at the end of this, you have a subset of the player base who goes, man, I'm so glad Blizzard implemented this system because I would never have raided if I didn't actually get the chance. If I wasn't forced into it, if they never put these items here, I never would have been here. And it turns out I love raiding. I actually really have a great time with this. This is the most fun I have ever had playing World of Warcraft. I am now going to go and recommend this game to my friends because it's just so much fun. I can't believe I've never raided before. I'm so surprised I never gave this a shot. This is the coolest thing. I had such a positive time with it that I'm going to tell everybody they have to try Mythic raiding. That is a pretty small amount of people who are going to have that experience. Some, not many. If 1,000 people get impacted by this system, I'm going to argue that that's like 50 of them. I think that 900 of them are going to have a negative relationship with this. And in fact, it will create a further divide, add toxicity to the game, create weird senses of access and this and whatever. And I actually don't think that a ton of people will quit, but I do think that some people will actually create resentment toward Blizzard and be less likely to recommend the game. I think that if you were to take 1,000 players who are impacted by this system, most of them would be like, hey, yo, bro, don't play WoW. Don't do it. They don't like you. You have to be able to commit XYZ. And if that's the conversation, that's a weird one. That's not good. That isn't healthy. That does not make them more money. That doesn't actually increase playtime. That it is the opposite of what they want. And so new players don't get affected by this at all. Keep in mind that no new player is going to join a Mythic raiding guild because all of a sudden they put in item levels that you need. They don't even know what item level is. So this is specifically, it's a very specific type of player who would feel the pressure and need to go get these things. And of those people, most of them are not going to do it, number one, because they can't. That's a big one, obviously, is just straight up access. 20 people, committed time, all of the things. In fact, you might not even have fun with it. That's a big thing. But then who does it help? Why are you making it a potential negative? Maybe it's not negative for everyone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's an 80-20 split. Maybe 200 people actually have an okay time. Maybe their 200 people are like net neutral, but 800 people have a net. Who does it help? I don't know of any specific raider last season who was going to quit because they were not going to change gearing. I actually don't know. There's of the 1,000 people in this same exact scenario, who was going to quit? Anyone who was a competitive raider is probably still going to be a competitive raider, even if they renounced all these changes. And then who's going to start raiding because of this? And I still think that if people start raiding, it'll be more of a negative experience because there's going to be really hard bosses. The whole point of this is that if you're doing it for the item level advantage. And then on top of the item level advantage, you're really going to be pressured into getting to the last two bosses. This is a good change across the board. You need to raid Mythic now in Season 2. You need to raid Mythic now in Season 1? Hold up. Could you clarify what you mean by that, Obli? Do you see what I'm saying? If you were to poll 1,000 people, I'm not so sure about that. I just don't think. I'm a Mythic Plus player that reluctantly raids, mostly to help the guild fill out the 20-man requirement. I just won't be one of those people who are happy to be forced to raid. Sketchy Code, I think that's most people. Miss Biscuit, that won't happen. Even Mythic Raiders hate Mythic Raid. I kind of agree. You can't even recommend the game if friends have access and have played it before. Yeah, fair enough. It's just so disconnected. I like raiding, I just can't commit the time. I think a lot of people, though. How do you get a Mythic track on Seer? Mythic Track Onseer is only acceptable because it is a single boss raid that I could log into retail right now, go to Raid Finder, find a group, and spend 3 hours of my night pugging it. On my own time, there will probably be a group. I might not have to kill it. Yes, I have to do it on Mythic, but there's access. There's access to that. And there isn't access. Like, it's so hard to find a guild, dude. It's really, 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 really hard to find a guild. It's very difficult to, it's not easy. This is a good change for me because I don't need to do mythic raiding to get mythic gear from Vault. Yes, although it will take you weeks and weeks and weeks to catch up. I like that change. That's the third change. And to be fair, I like that. I read that. That was the first line of the Blue Notes. And I was like, sweet, wait a second. Are you saying that me as a non-mythic raider is actually just going to have to find a heroic guild? Like, I could just raid heroic. To be fair, I'm still forced into raiding heroic. And you know that this last season, I did not kill heroic Illyria because I had no reason to. I never did Bellerin and I never did Lura. Not once. Never did them. I have no reason to. I decided that if a trinket was going to be a 0.2% power upgrade, that I would rather let go of the power upgrade because I didn't want to do it. So I never did. No desire. It was cool until all of a sudden I realized two things. Number one, every week I have to now kill heroic. So it's not just the mythic things that I have to do that I won't do. But you know that every week I also have to kill heroic now. Like I kind of have to. That's another thing that I'm going to be forced into doing is now just killing heroic raid every week. Because I'm going to need to. And I probably have to send bonus rolls on heroic to ensure that I get items that I need because they're cantrip items. So realistically, the current potential max power or best way for me to gear next season is going to be to actually do heroic and then kill these things that I'm going to need to do. And then I'm going to need to do heroic every week. And I'm also going to be pressured to do it in the first 2 weeks, which is really difficult to pug, I think. Like, it depends. It depends on how hard they make it. But it was kind of like, I don't want to have to do it at least. Tell me your thoughts. My opinions on this are simply one of many. If you could look me in the eyes and say, I don't even want to do a heroic clear for 2 hours on Wednesday, yeah, I can absolutely look you in the eyes and tell you that, Obly. 100% I can. Yeah, it's not. It would not even be. I wouldn't even blink. Of course, I can tell you that. Later in the season 4, not early in the season. Later, yes. Do you think you deserve a spot over someone that would? No. That's my problem. Obly, that's my problem. That's actually just straight up my problem. Yes, that I agree with you, which is a problem. Yes, correct. Because the game is not. If I have to justify my spot by the committance to doing something I don't want to do, then this is a job. That's a job. They can't cater the game to people that don't want to play at all. Hold up. Okay. So, sometimes you have to get people in to try something that they don't want to do. So if you, for example, are like, hey, look, I want you to try sushi. And you say, I've never had sushi before. I don't really normally eat things that I've never tried it before. I don't know. It's a little weird. It's fish, you said? Like, I'm not really like a big raw fish fan. Like, I'm not. But you say, oh, you got to try it. They might like it. They might not. But maybe somebody tries sushi for the first time and they just go, oh my God, I can't believe this is amazing. Thank you so much for creating a healthy level of friction so that I actually tried some sushi because now I really like it. Turns out I like this thing, okay? That's healthy friction. Sometimes Blizzard is basically going to make you do something that you don't really want to do, because if they hand you everything for free with no investment whatsoever or no friction whatsoever, the issue with that quickly becomes that it has no value. So I think that that balance is really hard to find, very difficult to find, okay? If they have no friction, people feel not rewarded. If they have too much friction, people won't even complete the content to be rewarded. That's game design. That's the problem and the crux of the issue with designing a game. It's very difficult to meet it because you have people in World of Warcraft is a vast game. You have people who just basically do player housing, want their portals. You have people who want to get 3,400. You have people who want to get 4K IO. You have people who want to get world first keys, et cetera, et cetera. How do they do that? That's impossible. You somewhere in that is going to be a balancing act that they can't get quite right. So that's a tough one, and I do not pretend to have the answer. I don't. I don't actually know what should be done about this. But what I can tell you is that the friction feels bad when it is forced instead of asked. You want to give people the power to take that step on their own and improve at their own rate. Time investment in a game is kind of okay as long as it is reasonable. One of the problems with raiding is that it isn't a reasonable ask today for a lot of people. There are so many players who play the game 10, 20, 30 hours a week and care a ton, but cannot commit 3 hours every Tuesday. And you say, but it's just 3 hours. You can't commit 2 hours on Wednesday? No, not consistently. And you know what? That's absolutely fine. Oh, hi, Touchpad Warrior. I know you. Hi, Touchpad. Oh, it's nice to meet you, by the way. I love I know you. I know who you are. I'm excited. If you're going to BlizzCon, I don't know if you are. I'd love to meet you. I know of your content, but I've never been introduced. And I'm just so hi, Touchpad. It's great to see you. I'm just so passionate about trying to make the game accessible in a way that reminds us all it's a game. It's supposed to be fun. If you have to have this weird conversation of you wouldn't commit hours on every Wednesday to just do this thing for this power, you shouldn't have a spot. That's a job. Like that's actually just straight up like you're telling me I should get fired for not being able to put in the thing that it's a game. You know? Like it's actually just one of those things. It's actually just at some point you have to take a step back and realize that maybe I don't have to complete the highest level, and I'm okay with that. But I think that, again, if you just took the 1,000 players who are affected by some of the changes next season, you would end up with a system that more people are negatively affected by it, which makes me wonder why put the system in to begin with. And then on top of that, it's going to create friction, and we need to put systems in the game where people are more likely to recommend the game to other people, not less likely. And I think Blizzard has to be careful about that. An example is they put housing into the game. Housing, massive W. I don't have a house. Never made my house. Not my thing. Doesn't make me feel anything. It's not for me. I am super happy they added it because so many people love housing. Do you know how many new players have come into my stream? Or I bet you Touchpad, I bet you get this too. And they just say, I started WoW, and you say, that's great. What are you doing? And they're like, oh, I made this cool thing in my house. And you go, that's super cool. Like, good for you. I'm so glad that you have access to do that thing because before we didn't even have housing. And it's like, if that's how you get into it, that's great. It doesn't negatively affect me. So when they add housing, it benefits the players who need it and want it and will like it, but it doesn't negatively affect anyone else. When they add the one button rotation, at first there was a lot of drama about this, man. This is a whole thing. You remember when the one button rotation came out and there were some content creators who were like, the game is over. Well, it's over. It's over. The game. This is what it is. There's no recovering. WoW is now pandering to the casual. Was it a problem? There are a lot of people, I tell you, to be honest, that would do more damage with the one button rotation, but they would never, and they shouldn't use it because it wouldn't be fun for them. There are also people who use the one button rotation because it's fun for them. Excellent. Fantastic. Fantastic. That's incentive. If it's something that makes the game fun and accessible, great. If you probably would do 10% more damage using it, but it's not fun for you, don't use it. We actually just care or focus a little bit too much on those micro issues of do you know what I mean? Of just a little bit of like, you need 10% damage. You don't need 10% damage. You need a few things in WoW. You need the ability to progress your own character and improve your own gameplay because that's fun. That's why we play games. We like that progression. But that's personal. It's very personal. It is not global. We can't actually say that I know how you should play the game because I don't know. But for what it is worth, we need that sense of progression. I don't think that the incentive to raid, the way they're doing it next season, will create that system. I think it will create the opposite system, personally. I know that gear is so impactful and so powerful, but I think that if you take 1,000 people, those who will feel forced into raiding will have a negative relationship with raiding instead of a better relationship with it. Even if, Obly, I am missing something in the conversation, which I might be. I am one voice on the internet and I have my own opinions. I do not speak for the whole community. Just clarify. It's not me. I am just my opinion. So I definitely don't mean or in any way, shape, or form mean to speak for everyone. But I can tell you, I'm not going to raid next season. But I will walk into the season just thinking to myself, okay, I just won't push then. I just won't push. That's fine. Oh, I'm just okay with it. Like that's just how I'll approach it. I'll just say to myself, well, that's fine. I'll still play hours a day because I like to, and I like the game. But I won't push for title. If I can't mythic raid, I just won't push for title. I guess I have to heroic raid, but even then I won't really want to do it. Maybe I'll feel pressured into doing that if they lock some stuff. I mean, I had to do Chimeras, I had to do Sporefall, and I didn't even mind Sporefall. I like Sporefall. I spent a few days doing it on my own time. It was fun. Didn't mind it. I haven't done it since, even though I should because there's some power. There are some items there, but I won't get them. That's okay with me. In my opinion, more people, if they were okay with letting go of a little bit of player power, would realize that if you set a goal for yourself in the season that is your own fun, you might have a better time. But I think it is impossible to explain that because the way the game is structured is this is what you're supposed to do, if that makes sense. And I think that way more people will have that relationship with it instead of the other. Does that make sense? And also, let me read some. I was not paying attention to some stuff. There's a lot of uproar from the PvP community, and then here we are. Yeah. They could identify. I think that ultimately, although it's a lot of work, Deco and some other people have clearly identified there is only one way to actually fix the tuning in Mythic Plus and Raid, which is to separate them. I do think that actually is the path forward. But they don't even have to work that hard for it, to be fair. I really don't think they do. They don't need to have every class have unique tuning on every ability. You just need to take like, hey, Fury Warriors, we know you're target capped. We need to nerf you in Raid because you're too powerful on Ansarek. But we don't want to nerf you in Season for Mythic Plus. What we're going to do is we're going to say, here are the Raid nerfs. In Mythic Plus, Whirlwind is buffed by 10%. Okay. I do think that they should do that. And they already do that on some abilities, right? For healers and whatnot. Yeah. Oh, you will absolutely be all right. Trust me. If someone doesn't take you because someone with higher item level signed up, whoa, Obly. Whoa. Okay, well, let me just make sure I've read your comment correctly. You said if someone doesn't take you because someone with higher item level signed up, the likelihood is they're a talented player in one of the best guilds. Fair enough. And that's why they have the gear. But 6 weeks into the season, can I clarify something? You're saying if somebody doesn't take me because I don't have the item level, that's okay. Like that's actually what it should be. Miss Biscuit, you said, and also hi, thank you for the sub. You said, oh, you just, sorry. Victorian color. This may be a hot take, but in my opinion, people who are doing all of the content should be rewarded for their efforts instead of just mythic rating. I don't push for 20 plus keys where the difference of 8 out of 6 would affect me. Fair enough. A fight you partake in no matter what points in. Yeah. I don't think that many people will buy it. And I also don't think if you can buy it, that's okay. Don't really correlate the fact that you're able to commit to specific time frames with skill. T-Muck, I would agree. It's just very difficult to... It's not easy to actually say every Wednesday night for 3 hours I will be free. You can find 10 hours in your week, but that doesn't mean that you can just adjust your life to always consistently every Wednesday. Like, life happens and things come up. And if you... I think it's easy for somebody who has a little bit of tenure or perhaps is in a guild that is actually competitive or really good at the game to not realize how difficult it is to be in that situation, because when you're newer to a guild or in a guild that isn't as competitive, you will get kicked. Like, you will be benched. The roster boss is real, but they cannot just replace... I mean, there's a simultaneous world where they can't just replace you in that night. And so if you cannot actually show up consistently, that's a really difficult thing. That's like the hardest part of mythic rating for the vast majority of guilds, not the top end of guilds, is 2 factors. Number 1, the roster boss, but number 2, the vibes. The one thing I will say, I have noticed this, Obly. You play in a guild that's very good. I don't know what the vibes are in your guild. I don't know if you guys are friends or not. But I have noticed there's like a bit of a miscommunication with a lot of the vocal people in the World of Warcraft content scene. When they play at this high level, they just laugh and they're like, no problem, you've messed up. Like, it's all, they're pretty friendly with each other. But that's because they don't have to worry about their spot. Because they've already kind of established themselves a little bit. And if anything, there might just be friends. But the thing is that if you're good at the game and you're friendly, you already have a group, probably. You've been taken. You've been snagged. You've been locked down somewhere. So if you don't already have a group and you're trying to find a group, it's very difficult to make your way into that as a, let's call it a newer player or just somebody who doesn't have that tenure. And so you are kind of constantly looking for groups, and sometimes you find one, but then all of a sudden the vibes are not quite there. You don't actually get along with the people. And sometimes you force yourself to be in that group because it's the only one you can find. Right? But the rating is very difficult. The time zones is a big problem. If I wanted to, Obly, right now, the minute that group of people might have a little advantage over you, I don't know, Obly. I'm not so sold on that. Do you know what my parse is? Not that this is the right way to approach this conversation, but Obly, do you know what my parse is in Raid? Average parse right now. Would you like to look it up? You can if you'd like. You could also look at my previous parses too. Yeah, it's actually, so most people already have a group, and I think that is kind of not... I don't actually think it's talked about enough. It's just like vibes are really important, and it's very difficult to find people you get along with in game. When I'm finished, I'll bring up your logs. Thank you, Obly. Like, I've never looked at any other Bears logs. I like playing Guardian Druid. I like cooking my own builds and stuff. I think I've never examined anyone else, but for what it's worth, if I wanted to find a guild, I would not have a hard time with it. I would be able to get in Obly, given the fact that I stream, given the fact that I have certain contacts. I know who to ask. I know the people, right, on the NA realms. Like, I know who I would talk to. And I have a 99.9% average parse as a tank and other things. Like, I could get in. It's not, if I wanted to go through that process, I could. I have some tenure. I have some previous logs. I can link some stuff, whatever. We're good. But I don't want to. You sure that everyone is definitely better than me because I don't want to raid? I can't. It's hard for me to. Maybe they are. What's up, Oslo? Thank you for the resub. I have met a ton of very good players who don't necessarily have IO or don't necessarily have the raid clears because time. Because in order to be very good at WoW, you need time. And sometimes you just don't have it. But there are some of the best DPSers I have ever met. Like people who are just unbelievably godlike. Where every time if they did raid, they would parse 99 or 100 non-negotiable every fight pretty much consistently. Like they never miss. Sometimes they don't have IO. Many of those people are like 3K IO currently. I'm thinking of one person in particular right now. And they have a life. They're a little older than they used to be. But I'm 100% confident that they would be gigablasting. Yeah? Like very confident about this. Some of the people I know raid in more casual things because of time. But they're amazingly good. I don't think that you can correlate. I think in today's modern atmosphere of raid, you cannot specifically correlate raid progress with skill in the same way that you cannot specifically correlate IO with skill. It's definitely better than no metric. The chances that somebody with X IO is going to be a good player is higher, but not 100%. Not even close. There's like an 80% chance. Very many people get carried just because they're really funny or people like playing with them, or they just have 20 hours a day to play. There's that happens a lot, right? Yeah. A lot of people that do raid just raid log and passively get IO through weekly keys. Yeah, and that's fine. Again, but like I don't think that should be punished. I don't think that that's a problem. I could whine for hours how raiding is unrelated content, whether you have time or not. Now to the important part is the Bear Apex is still bugged. Can't play it right now. I have to test with no Apex currently. I have to play this build at the moment though. He was getting punished Mythic Plus players for doing the hardest raid content. Obly. Question. Fair enough. I agree with you, by the way. General concept, zooming out. There is a problem with raiding. Zero incentive to raid heroic currently, right? There's no reason to. That's a problem. Except for one or two trinkets, but honestly, they're outclassed at this point. So heroic raid needed an absolute look at because the way that Mythic Season 1, tough. But Mythic Raiders, how many, if you were to pull up a number, and it would be helpful to actually have this number, I don't know, how many people got through CE this season currently? It is July 3rd. How many people have killed Mythic Lura? Just wondering. An actual number, not how many guilds, so we could calculate with guilds, I suppose. So how many guilds have killed Mythic Lura? You? Congratulations, Conan. How many people? Was there a number I could have for this? Would it be 10,000 players? So let's say more than that? 1,000 guilds? Congratulations, Queer. Finally got your mount this week. Nice. Very nice. Would it be like 1,000 guilds? 2,000? 800, less than 1,000 guilds. Okay, 841 times 20. That's how many people have killed it. Let's do math. That means, and Lura, not an easy boss. Would you? I don't know how fast you killed it, Obly. I know you're in a really good guild, but Lura, not an easy fight, yeah? And I know a lot of guilds have been stopped by it and been nerfed a lot since then, but 841 times 20, 16,000 players. 4 weeks for me, you were one set. Congratulations. 16,000 people, 800. Of the let's round it to 17,000 for a flat number. Of the 17,000 people who actually went for this raid tier and cleared Mythic Lura, how many of those people would quit in Season 2? General question. How many of those people would decide not to raid CE specifically because there's almost no item level incentive and the gear is because Mythic Plusers could catch up? Just out of curiosity. In your opinion. I know, I tune into some of my friends' streams and they're still progging it. Just throw out a number. Give me of the 17,000 people who killed Mythic Lura with almost no raid incentive because, you know, Eye of Midnight is cool, but it's not that good. The necklace from Lura, I mean, what are you really doing CE for this season? In Midnight Season 1, if you are competing for that, what are you actually going to, what's the reason? That just genuinely, like, why are you doing it? What's the reason? Are you doing it for loot? Are you really excited at this point for killing Lura because you get an item? You'll lose a lot because you normally do. Okay, so that's fair. You'll have the normal churn, but just specifically because in Midnight, Mythic Lura... Yeah, oh, sorry, wrong. These are the items that you can get from Lura. No one really... I mean, it's cool. This thing has leech on it. That's nice. But, like, this is not why you're doing it. How many people would quit because of the item level changes? Because of the gear? If they made no changes whatsoever, Obly. Just in general. They never can do 123, 24, but they have more items. No, I mean, that's a conversation, Emad. And to be fair, there's a whole, that's the argument. Like, that's where you have people coming in from all these different perspectives, and you say, well, this person over here says we should do this. This person over here says we should have this. And this person says Mythic Plus is harder. This person says rating is harder. And it would be, actually, that's an argument. And who knows, there are good arguments on both sides to that. And there are nuances to both sides to that. What spec are you playing? Are you blah, blah, blah? Like, there's so many different nuances to that we can get into it. But my question is, how many people would quit of the 17,000 people who completed CE? In my opinion, very little. Because in order to want CE, you have to kind of be motivated by more than loot. Item level cannot really carry you unless there's like some crazy power, which there will be next season. But like, people don't really raid CE for loot. They raid for it because the idea of doing challenging content, the achievement, the rank, the this, the push, the hard, the this, I mean, there's so many reasons, right? I may not feel that, but I know a lot of people do. The dopamine of finally killing that boss, that moments where you get it down and everybody cheers and you go, yes, we did it, guys. You clap your hands. I mean, that's like giga. You crave that, right? Like that, you want that. You still got that with Lura. Did you not? Like, did you feel really bad this tier because I have the same item level as you right now? Queernom, can I ask you? Yeah, and then secret phase and you wipe. I mean, that was pretty hype. They raid a woofer, get Biz Trinket. I think that might actually just be wrong, Emad. Say right now, Mythic Plus is better for gearing. Easy hero pieces. You do like raiding for the gearing. Me? Well, I don't. I mean, for me, I don't like raiding to begin with. I'm my own thing, though. Oh, as in like raiders. But if raiders really like raiding for the gearing, Is that because they can use that gear for Mythic Plus? Or because they can use that gear for Raid? Help me understand. Because it's fun. Because I like the challenge. Because I enjoy being able to learn. That's one of the reasons I switch classes almost every season, obviously. Because I enjoy learning how to play something new and challenging myself and seeing if I could do it. But obviously, it's not for the gear reward. You don't raid. I mean, you don't do it for gear because gear caps out at plus 10. So if they made a season, if they said next season, you know what, we have decided that a plus 20 is very difficult because a plus 20 is now going to reward a special crest advantage. I would say that's a bad change. I am a Mythic Plus player. I would benefit from that system because I would be able to access that. I would say it's a bad change because you are now giving people the wrong incentive because it is no longer going to be for fun, and many people will now be forced into doing it or feeling like they have to do it, and I don't think that's good. 8 Ungeons to fill their vault early, forcing them to do Mythic Plus? Yes. But it's a plus 10, not a plus 20. Imagine that Raiders had to do like a plus 22. Imagine, well, you just take a plus 20 as an example. Imagine that Raiders had to do 8 plus 20s. That's the same as doing Heroic. I would say it's more like doing normal. Heroic bosses are hard, man. Early on to pug Heroic is not easy. The first 2 weeks when people don't have gear and people are still learning, that's actually really hard. Like, it'll take me, how many hours do you think it'll take me to pug Heroic in the first week? It could take like 10 plus hours. It'll take me a few hours to do plus 10s. I don't think, but that's a conversation. Like, it's not kind of, again, we're almost beside the point, you know? A better question, how many people went through the motions specifically for Lure Loot? Not that many. So Raid is harder, Mythic Plus is easier, the reward next season is the same. I think they should look at that. No, it is not. I agree with that. Now, though, Mythic high-end rating is more difficult than M+, and it gets rewarded the same. But rating should be the pinnacle of gear for Raid. But I think that rating should be the pinnacle of gear for Raid. You shouldn't be able to take the pinnacle of gear for Raid and bring it into Mythic Plus. They are fundamentally different. Like, why can't you just have both? Like, why again, what if the 9 out of 6 items were just capped at 6 out of 6 when you went into a Mythic Plus? You still get rewarded for it, unless you're telling me that the only reason you want the 9 out of 6 item is so that you can bring it into keys. Then the systems are intertwined. But I don't think the systems are I think they're separate. Like, why do they have to? If they're intertwined, then they should be treated as such, but they're not. They act like they're separate systems, but they're not. They actually are connected because the crossover of people who do high-end rating and also do high-end keys is very high. It's not 100%, but there's a big mix of the two. The people who do high-end keys don't necessarily interact the same way with Raid. I think that there should be... I think that Raid should reward unique, interesting, most powerful items. Agreed. If you're willing to put in the investment of that many hours, that consistency, and I'm not, you should get it. Yes, obviously, but I think they need to handle it better so that you're not pressured into getting 3 separate gears. Like, I would try PvP right now if I didn't have to get PvP gear. If my current item level could just... I would try PvP for fun. I don't PvP. I'm not a PvPer, but I'll probably do it for fun. But currently, I won't do it because I don't have the gear. It's a whole different set. I don't think that's good. Raid is more time-consuming in terms of being strict. Raid is more limited. What's like a good amount of time investment to get a Mythic Plus gear set? Neither. With the changes to bonus rolls, we can just go to Heroic Raid. 1 out of 6 gear, not 6 out of 6. Should not be a time investment at all. I think that's still the wrong way to do it, though. I think all forms of players should be able to access the same item levels. That is kind of my point as well. I think I agree with that, Queer. I think that they eventually need to move away from the item level model and somehow incentivize people to care less about this number. And I think that would be good for the game. I think at some point, this should be looked at. This is like fundamentally a problem because there are issues with this. And part of it is what Obli is saying, the time investment, and part of it is like you can't make everybody happy with this. But this number should not be the thing that defines me, nor should, if anything, nor should this number, right? Like this number also shouldn't really define me. I think that neither of those are good metrics because fundamentally you create a system where people enjoy WoW less and there's more toxicity if that happens. Last boss of heroic, it'll be 1 out of 6. You won't be 1 out of 9. The 9 is only from Mythic Raid. Also, Genki, thank you for the Prime sub. I see you there. So I will get out of my own head and realize I would like. That's not true. Can you clarify? Am I wrong on that, Obli? Bonus rolling in heroic gives you myth 1 out of 6. Not 1 out of 9. The 9 is the specifically locked to the last 2 bosses of Mythic. Doesn't have a definite transmog. Yeah. The 8 is only some pieces from the Venom Stones, not all pieces. And it will only be gated halfway through the season. And then you still need to go each week to get more of them. I don't know if they'll release them all at once or not. Yes. Only Mythic last 2 bosses gives the 9 out of 6. Correct. Yes. But maybe my theory on this, and maybe the reason that there's controversy is actually because fundamentally, I might agree with, I think that Queer is right. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? I have no idea how to, KWRH is a pretty tough, that's a onomatopoeia thing. You should put folio at the end of your name so I could also mispronounce it. I don't know can I call you Mom? It'd be kind of weird if I called you Mom too. If I take a step back, Mom, KWR, KW, KW. How about that? KW is a good name. All right. I can take a step back and realize that both sides of this conversation are completely valid. I can appreciate that there are things I'm not considering and that there are also some pros to this. I inherently have my opinion, but if I objectively approach this instead of subjectively approach it, I can appreciate that there are different perspectives. Cool. My perspective is one of many. And if I made the game only for me, I think that most people wouldn't like it because I have a way that I would enjoy this game the most. I don't want them to design the game like that because I think that my own perspectives, if I had it my way for myself, we would have the PTR system where any time I want to play any character, I log in, go to a vendor, buy anything that I want, and can play the game. That's my preference. So I don't want them to do that because I think that would be destructive and completely ruin a bunch of stuff. I understand there needs to be a progression. That progression will always have friction for me as a player because goddamn, it's not really my thing. That being said, what I am noticing with World of Warcraft over time, the longer, and this is the weirdest thing for what it is worth, okay? But the longer that I play, the better systems have become, the more toxicity seems to be in the game. I don't really know how to explain that. Midnight Season 1 is, by and large, the most access we've ever had. And if anything, the balance isn't even that bad. And yet the meta pressure is at an all-time bad. It's so tough to be not Guardian right now. It's so tough to be not DK or Devour Demon Hunter, even though the balance isn't even that bad. This is not anywhere near the most unbalanced the game has ever been. It just feels like that. Like, oh my God, it's actually so much better than it used to be. And yet, I don't feel as though it is so much better than it used to be, which is weird. I should, in my opinion, I should feel weirdly better about this, all of this. And yet somehow, and I don't know if you've noticed this, you can tell me what you think if you've been playing WoW for a long time. There's a bit more negativity. a bit more edginess, a bit more something. I have been trying to explore why that is, what that is, and potentially explore how to solve it. If I'm in a position where I get to make videos or stream and talk to people, I'm in a unique advantage to have a conversation with more than 2 people. And putting my opinions out there is an attempt to begin this conversation and kind of actually examine how could we restore, and in my opinion, it is a restore, the magic of Azeroth. Like, this game is so good. We love this game. It's legendary, man. It's Warcraft. This isn't some lobby game that we picked up tomorrow or yesterday or the day before. That's not what it is. Do you know what I mean? And so when they announced all these gear changes, it got me up in arms because I immediately worry, not for myself. I'll always find a way to enjoy the game. I worry that the general result of this would actually be a bit more of a slap to the face. And it might create more of the thing that I don't like about modern WoW. And I could explain it to you as I am not a big classic enjoyer. It doesn't fill me with a lot of dopamine. It's a bit too slow. The game itself, I don't view as better. And yet, part of me wants to play classic right now because I'm kind of just done and I'm a little bit like, stop like the community. Like part of me in the back of my brain just goes, guys, stop yelling at each other. Like, can we all just be a little bit happier? Like, I don't know why I have to be saying all that or ranting about all, like, how is it that I'm in this situation considering the game is consistently getting better and yet somehow the community seems to consistently going the opposite direction? Maybe we've changed as gamers. Maybe the world is different than it used to be. But I play it for fun. If I wanted to stress, I would go outside in the real world with people. That's scary. That's stressful. Can I explain what is good about this game? Absolutely. Could I try to explain it as an impartial critic? I could try. Yeah, I could try. For what it's worth, I could attempt, Gogu. The magic of WoW has always been the other people. It has actually always been your relationship with other people in this game. It has almost never actually been because of its gameplay systems, which are great and interesting and fun and in many ways unique, although not as unique as it used to be. There are other lobby games. Fellowship exists. It's a Mythic Plus alternative. There are some raids in Final Fantasy that I look at and go, that looks crazy epic. So the gameplay systems are cool, but not actually what really make WoW so legendary. Part of it is nostalgia. If World of Warcraft came out today, I'm actually not sure it would have the amount of players that currently enjoy it. But I think what really gets you in WoW is the relationships you can form with other people. There aren't that many other games that have the stories of people literally meeting their significant other, their person, their wife, their husband, their partner. People move across the world because of relationships they have made in this game. That's crazy. And so I think that that's what makes WoW truly special. Housing is a new system. It's socializing. But it's the way that the game allows you to play a game that is super fun and interesting and varied at your own pace, have access to doing something that makes you feel progressive and competitive while actually simultaneously not being that hard. Because keep in mind that that's a huge aspect of Classic, where you can do a dungeon, which is cool, but not really that hard. And you can go raid in Classic, which is cool, and has some mechanics, But the type of mechanics that, Steve can do after he gets home from his 9 to 5 job, takes care of his 2 kids, go to bed. His 2 kids go to bed. He gives his wife like 30 seconds of joy and then logs on to his favorite game, drinks a bottle of whiskey, and calls it a night. And he can enjoy the game. And I think that's good. It's that type of access. That's actually one of the reasons why WoW is so special. It was back in the day, gaming used to be a lot more exclusive. And WoW was actually one of the games that made it less exclusive. And then over time, they've almost weirdly thought, they've almost actually considered that not to be the case and have since assumed that it's the gameplay systems that make it so fun, which is not incorrect, but also not entirely correct either. And I think that it's one of the downfalls of modern WoW has been their priority on making Mythic Plus and Raid instead of how to make the game feel what it did before. Does that make sense? And that's not a perfectly well fleshed out take. There's obviously holes you can poke in that logic, but I think that is important. Thank you, JJ. Is that Swipe a senior? Yeah, it is Swipe, actually. I think you might feel as a Swipe. I'm debating it. I can't really test with Apex just yet, so it's hard to say. Mr. Marlowe's, you got married in May and 2 of your guildies came? That's so cool. Like, that's that right there. Like, that alone would carry you through the next year of World of Warcraft, man. You ever think about that? Should make that last hour into a video. I mean, to be fair, that's exactly how the other videos came about, but I don't want to keep ranting about this because at the end of the day, Aubrey, you have a lot of good points. And I've always been, and I will always continue to be the type of person who can just get out of my own head, consider where I'm coming from, and be a little bit unbiased. I have to realize that, rather, I will accept the fact that I have bias, try to get out of my own head, look at my own argument, and realize, okay, maybe I've gone too far because this is where I'm coming from. And I can actually see that I can see where you're coming from as well. And although I might disagree at the end of the day, I get it. I think that is an underrated skill, and I wish more people had that outside of World of Warcraft as well. Because just because I disagree with you doesn't mean that you're a bad person, and doesn't mean that you're an actual idiot. That's not true. I might be the idiot. And goddamn, I look at that because I look at myself 10 years ago, and I used to give speeches. That was my job. By the way, like, my job when I was 18... I mean, it was going to be my career, actually. I spoke about mental health to high schools and colleges, and I went to events, and that was my job. I spoke on stage. I learned how to do it. I got paid to do it. It was cool. And I wanted to be like an MC. So when I look back, my greatest regret, actually, is that most of those speeches were never recorded. I only have a few of them, which is kind of sad, because actually I look back, and I'm like, so many of those memories were lost. But I have a few. And sometimes, goddamn, I look back and I listen to one of my old speeches and I'm just like, whoa, bro, stop talking. Holy hell. Stop talking. You're so stupid. Why are you saying this? That's not right. Oh, God, stop. But I thought at the time that it was true. So I have these speeches that I can look back at and I can realize that I was not super right. But I was 18. That was 11 years ago. I've learned a lot in 11 years, and some things I was right about. But sometimes, yeah, I have listened back to a speech every now and again, and I'm just like, oh. So who's to say that 10 years from now, I don't look back at this and be like, ooh, oh, God, that take was so bad. How would I possibly stand here and be like, nope, I'm right? Yeah, how would I possibly think that? Hindsight's 20/20. But I think that if you can look back and realize that 10 years ago you might have been kind of an idiot, you could sort of apply that logic and be like, yeah, I'll tank whatever. What's up, Archangel? Like on PTR or on whatever. I don't know if Obley actually got into a key already. He asked me earlier if I was gonna tank. I was gonna go get a snack and then see what's up. I did. Yeah. I forgot. I'm 10 years older, and I can go, ooh, yeah, that take is bad. Oh, you could do it for me. Thank you, Vati. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Thank you. I should turn this last hour. I don't know about turning this whole thing into a video. I maybe have already put enough controversial takes on the interwebs recently. I kind of want to do some positive takes. Maybe I need to do some more positive takes. It was super cool to see Touchpad Warrior in here, though. That was really fun. I missed the Flex Redeem, too. Hey, T-Book. I missed... I missed the whole... I don't know how long I ranted about that. Oh. Yeah. Ooh, Obly, I'm going to message you, by the way. I don't know if you're in the middle of a key. I should message you. Archangel. On beta? Or... What are we doing? I've only done the blind. I don't know any of the routes yet. I'm still learning. Let me go get some ice cream. Let's force raiders into 5v5 arenas to get the best gear for raid. I don't think that would go very well. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna go get a snack. anybody is still here, I have a question. This is a really important question. If, I don't know if you can hear him in the background, but if you really think that Blizzard doesn't care about Mythic Plusers, my question is this. Would they be able to say no to this guy if he basically asked Blizzard very politely to remove the advantage that Raiders had? Do you think they would listen? Do you think it's just that we're not cute enough? Is that why they don't listen to us? Is that why they're doing this? What if we just basically allowed him to make our argument? He's very vocal. He'll do it. Hi, buddy. Where's your buddy? Yeah? No? They ignore cats? Oh, that's unfortunate. Hi, buddy. You want some trees? You want some trees? You want some trees? You want some trees? Can you politely show the people a Feral Druid rotation in Midnight Season 2 before I give you some treats? Huh? I want to show the people. Here. I got you, buddy. I got you, buddy. Here. Have some treats. There was apparently a WoW Facebook page, I got a link, that did clip one of the things, the conversations that we were having. I would love to have that clip. That's why I was asking if somebody could send me. If you ever see a clip of me, could you send it to me so I could ask the people to also send it to me? I'm very bad at making clips. I'm really, really bad at it. So I would, if anybody ever has the time to make a clip of me and then they post it on their page, no problem. Zero problem with this. Never have an issue. But could you send me the clip you make? Because I kind of need them. I always need, I don't know how to, I never hire people to do this. Buddy, I just gave you a bunch of treats. I cannot give you more treats. You want even more treats? I can give you more. You already had so many. You already had so many. Wow. 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 Eventually he gets annoyed, but he's not annoyed yet. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Yeah. You're lucky you're cute. He's purring in between the vocal complaints. Don't worry. You can hear him purring a little bit. Let me just get him. He is purring. He's just being vocal. What's up, Galaxy? How are you? Oh, dude. These compression leggings that I have to wear they're so tight, buddy. It gotta stop. Okay, at some point you gotta quit. You have to quit at some point. You can't keep screaming like this. I know you're so cute. I get it. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. I know. Everybody knows. Dude, you want to see how tight the compression leggings I'm wearing are? This is crazy. I mean, sometimes I like notice I can't wear. I'm not supposed to wear them for too many hours because specifically they're very tight. I've shown you them before. My cat hates being picked up. Have you even seen my social media, Aubrey? Aubrey, have you ever seen the cat's social media? Also, what do they need? Pecco needs this? You have? Oh, okay. Oh, Zert's back. I don't know the Den of Nalarak, though. I have no idea what to pull in this. It's that Mistweaver from the other day. I was going to say I'll tank for you, Aubrey. I thought that was you. I haven't done the Den of Nalarak, though. Yo. I have not done Den yet, though. I don't know, Rob. Okay, buddy, you gotta get out of the room, I will say. No, stop, that's my chair. No, that's not a scratching post. That's not a scratching. No. Okay. We press W, we pull moderate win. Yeah. Safe pulls, Lord. Alright, let's go do the Den of Nalarak. Let's see how bad this dungeon is. I think this might be one of the worst ones, based on how Mythic Zero went. I will say that if you take a look at the camera right now, you will see an actual line of red on my thigh. And it's not weird. This is a medical thing, but I will show you my thigh as I just roll down the compression leggings. I think they might be a little bit too tight, to be honest. Let's find out. Let's see. I'll put this here and I'll put my leg up. You can see how red, you see that line of redness? I think that I need to figure out how to make these a little bit better. Because I think that might actually be too much. It like straight up is a lot. But also I just have that type of skin. It's apparently part of just having like HEDS and stuff. But supposedly, all right, I vaguely remember this from Mythic Plus, but not really. Alrighty. Wait, didn't I say I was gonna do a bunch of weightlifting today as well? Alright, let's go. Time to roll. Time to roll. Oh, let's play a different playlist. So you have to talk to the fire. You have to click on the fire thing. And then not pull a bunch of stuff. What's up, sleeping? I'm doing okay. We've been having a passionate conversation about the Season 2 gearing changes. It has been le passion. Sleeping. You ever watch like dramas? Okay, so we gotta pull this in here and not do too much. Like just this maybe? This dungeon was pretty tough on M0. There was a lot of healing stuff, a lot of curse dispels, a bunch of stuff. We're testing some of the new dungeons. We don't know exactly how they're actually going to go in the pool. And as a tank player, there's a little bit of responsibility I have about like not making major mistakes while we're testing stuff, which can be a bit tough. You don't want drama, I avoid drama. That makes sense. We've lost Dansu. Dansu. He's gone. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not a big drama person either, although, well, that's not true. I'm not a drama person. I don't really like drama. Wait, is he disconnected? He pressed... I see a defensive being pressed. Whoa. I also got like a bit of a lag, yeah. Dude, these curses, they never actually solved it, huh? This dungeon without curse is going to be really bad. But it's also just... Murder Row has no lag. Here, there is a lag. Really? In this dungeon, there's a lag? That's crazy. Oh. Go Murder Row? Okay. Okay. I haven't done that either yet. I don't know. I haven't done Murder Row either yet. But we can try. Well, how are you today, sleeping? You always ask me how I'm doing. How are you doing? I need ice cream and you doing good? That's good. Glad to hear it. I'm trying to feel better. I don't have a ton of work tonight, so I could do a longer stream, but I gotta keep up my blood pressure, my movement and stuff. So we'll see. Reset the dungeon. We're going to Murder Row now, apparently. Murder Row. Just trying to eat food. You can tell a little bit through stream. I always have to move, because if I don't end up moving a little bit through stream, then I end up feeling bad. Or else I stretch. Yeah. You know what I said I would do is I would actually do some weightlifting in the middle of today. I did say I would do that. I haven't actually followed through just yet. I got dumbbells here. I just haven't moved them once. It's been 3 hours. I should move. Take care of my health. I'm not doing it. You know, I've been working in health and fitness for a long time, sleeping. Can I tell you probably one of the most important things I've ever learned? Oh, I disconnected. Could I tell you one of the most important things I've ever learned? Unable to reconnect. That's not good. Is it my internet, by the way? Can you still hear me? Or was that just WoW PTR? Looks like it was just WoW PTR. Lagged out. Okay, that's good. So, easily, most important thing I ever learned about health and fitness is that everybody tries. No, it's like more of a macro thing, like a zoomed out, like the actual secret to health and fitness, Victorian. Truth is, everybody tries to find the most min-max way to do things. But I have never met a single soul that was actually perfect on every metric of health. Everyone has a vice. Everyone could be doing something better. Do you know the people that actually have good health? They're the ones who realize that, accept it, and prioritize the things that will have the biggest impact. When it comes to health and fitness, there's like 10 things that we should all be doing. And if you could get 3 out of 10 of those things, you'll do great. And we should aim very actively to do some of the right things instead of all of the right things. Because real people have real lives. And most of the time, it's pretty much impossible to ask somebody to get everything right. You know, how is Guardian doing so far? Very hard to say. Tank-wise, yes, bread slice. I feel very tanky, but I think it's hard to say because I can't test with Apex. The Apex is still bugged. So this is super bugged, and this is actually going to be quite a bit. Yeah, the Hunter's been on my friends list for a bit. And so it's actually complicated because our values are not quite right, but I still feel pretty tanky, which means I think Guardian's going to be okay. I can't say it maybe feels like the best tank, but it's good. I'm barely doing 0.5 out of 10. So how could you, if you didn't have to do all 10 of the right things, Sleepin', could you do 1 out of 10 instead of 0.5? If I said, could you do 0.5, you think, or 1 instead of 0.5, you think you could do that? I am, in fact, saying, I'm like 9.5? Damn, it's crazy, YN. Oh. To be fair to Blizzard, we don't test with Apex on live. Yeah, they've changed the Apex, though. Sonic, you will play Apex as Guardian next season. Was your question? Do 1 exercise. You could just do something. It doesn't have to be an exercise. It doesn't have to be a whole thing. It should be? No, just tell me 1 small thing. Not like, oh, I should go to the gym 5 times a week. That's not reasonable. Tell me 1 thing that you could do. What about a sip of water? Do you think you drink enough water sleeping? Oh, that doesn't feel great. What's up, the real? How's it hanging? It's hanging long. It's going all right. No, I don't think so. What if you took a sip of water right now? Then it would be 1 out of 10. Nobody does everything perfectly. Just do something. If we accepted that something was better than nothing, more people would have a better relationship with their health. What's up, the real Ren? I'm trying to be more active because I haven't been to the gym in a bit. I'm just trying to do what I can do. Walking pads for time at the desk. That's actually a good point. I have a walking pad. To be honest with you, I should be on it right now. Yeah, I should set up the walking pad. Probably. Reasonably speaking. Oh, congratulations, your first 20. That's cool. And also, cheeky, congrats also on your 20s. Whew. I'm being healthy as it starts with outside the gym things. Yeah. But it also just starts with practicality. Like, I think that more people... There's still a lot of people who think that you gotta be full on Arnold this or, you know, crazy this or whatever. You don't. You just gotta do a little bit. A little bit goes a long way. Or YOLO. If you can ping for me, I'll pull whatever, but otherwise, not so much. YOLO? All right. I'll tell you what. After this, remind me, lift some weights, get my walking pad set up, huh? It's actually not a bad idea. Whew. I feel fortunate, you know. I feel fortunate. The real Rin, today I got to have a large conversation. We talked a lot more about the gearing changes for Season 2. We talked about the pros and cons of maybe incentivizing raid, among other things. And in that conversation, Obly was in here. Obly is a Giga DK content creator. The only reason that I know Obly and that he was willing to have a large... I think we might fundamentally disagree on some of these systems. But he was in here talking to me for a while. Do you know how cool it is that I even get to have a conversation with other content creators? Like, I have progressed so much that people are willing to talk to me, and I get to at least have conversations with some really cool people. I think that's awesome. I think that's really cool. And then while I was having that conversation, Touchpad Warrior came to say hi. How awesome is this? You know who Touchpad Warrior is? In my opinion, because I've been playing WoW for a long time, like a legend in the WoW community, man. And I feel fortunate that I have the opportunity to even have these conversations with people, because if I had never started stream or never started making videos, I would just be talking to the thin air. I would have all the same opinions probably, but I wouldn't actually get to talk to anybody. So I think that's really cool. And I do feel kind of fortunate about that. So I have to kill these guys, right? This is part of Murder Row. I think you have to actually go kill these bribed guards. Right? You have to go inside. Yeah, and pull all this stuff. How painful are the guards? So these are casters, so you want to go in here and just pull this up, maybe? It's the shield bash. It's a physical hit, right? Increases physical damage taken. That's right. I missed it, unfortunately, though. You know, I posted on YouTube. Obly says I should post it on YouTube. It was kind of a back and forth, maybe like 40 minutes of a conversation about all of this stuff. I think it might be too long. Maybe too much. Unsure. Possibly. I don't know. I think it could be a bit much, potentially. Maybe. But the longer that I stream, like normally around that sort of like, if I'm not feeling well, like recently, maybe even 2 hours through stream, I start feeling kind of bad. Oh shit, what's this? Seductive Sayed. So I was a little lightheaded, and maybe I didn't have like the best takes ever. Have they fixed the Apex yet? Nope. I can tell you, however, Daniel, because I have more access than I used to, I could tell you Blizzard is aware. Want to reset, go big first? I mean, we gotta learn. Gotta learn. Yeah. Gotta learn. I don't know what stuff does. I think this dungeon could be really tough. Like, I have zero clue what things actually do. But I think you have to kill all of the guards, yeah? It seems like I can pull a little bigger because it doesn't seem like things are too lethal. However, I'm not actually sure what things do in this dungeon. There's a poison reducing max health. All right, so I got poison to spell. That's okay. I am ready for the mythic cleaning. What's the mythic cleaning? You know who else is ready for the mythic cleaning, Cheeky? Kitty. I heard you say you always go counterclockwise. Every group you go clockwise. Oh, that's fine. Either one, right? Either one, Alex. As long as the thing is, need to talk to informants, aka the things on the map. Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like I've been told that I should be mythic cleaning my room, among other things, because we have guests that will be over in a bit. It also means that I don't know if I can take you downstairs as much. You mentioned having opinions and talking to thin air. It reminded me yesterday that a friend came in our WhatsApp text chain. You guys have a WhatsApp text chain? Am I just not cool enough to have a WhatsApp? I don't have a WhatsApp text chain. I want a WhatsApp text chain. Well, no, actually I don't. Never mind. I don't like texting people. Sometimes people will message me something on Discord, and then I'll read it, and then I'll forget to respond. And then a week later, I realize that I forgot to respond. And then I feel bad about it. And then I wonder, is it actually the right idea to respond now? Or do I not respond now because it's been a week? You see? There's actually genuinely a problem. Oh my God. Okay. Holy, sorry. I had no idea that spawned. I mentally respond to messages all the time. Yeah, that's the problem though. Because the thing is, at that point, is it too awkward if I don't? You know? I'm a witness to this. I texted her that I was moving to Europe. You did? You did, Gal? Wait, you did? Especially if people message. If you ever message me on social media, I will never read it, by the way. Wait. You did? I don't remember this. There's a lot of, yeah. Check your Insta. Oh, see, that's the problem. Instagram is the problem. I receive, like, because the cat videos have gone kind of viral, there have been many times where I receive a lot of messages. I never check them. I am not a good person to message on social media because most of the messages are more just like, they have to do with, how do I say this nicely? More of them have to do with my bussy than I might be able to explain. There's a particular flavor of these messages, let's say. Yeah. Where can I find the cat videos? Oh, you just do exclamation socials. Although, actually, funny enough... Well, no, I mean, like, I get, like, hundreds and... No, I think I'm all right. Actually, I do need a hug, to be honest with you. Life's been kind of tough recently. But for what it is worth, many, many, many people just straight up shoot their shot, and they shoot their shot quite violently. Like, you know, believe it or not, I have some appreciation of what women go through just because, like, hundreds of people will just send me both images and text messages that they really shouldn't send to strangers. It is a thing. On both TikTok, Instagram, and stuff. They fixed the bug? Nope. That all of them, right? That's all, yeah? That's all? Oops. There was a ping I missed. We missed this one. Platonic hugs incoming. Thank you. There are 3 different distinct types of instance content. Where's the last one? Oh, it's right here. There it is. Is this a thing? TikToking is that people be thirsty as fuck. It's true. It is very true. You're not wrong about that. All right? This boss is a ton of magic damage or something like this. You kill the ad, right? Are they hitting on you because of your cat videos? I'm imagining it's because of my physical appearance. They don't really know me, my personality. Most people who would do this or basically hit on me, they're not like aware of my stream or anything like that. They just see what I look like. People are just way more direct than you might think. To be thirsty in a YouTube comment section about WoW would be impressive levels of good. No, people are always it's not that hard to be impressive in that category, Victorian, I will say. So yeah, no. What if we design our route? It's not us that we need. It's not... The Guardian can probably live. Your team, on the other hand, cannot. You kick these, right? The hot but reachable quality I found. The hot but reachable quality. I see. Very interesting. Oh, this is a damage amp, right? I can go How much is it? 100% increased damage. Okay, big Pharaoh Frenzy. Yeah, hot but reachable. That's the one. Reachable. That's a lot of magic damage. 5 times the Guardian meta confirmed. This seems to hit fairly hard. So this boss is just dodge, frontal, some kicks or CC. Can I CC instead of kick or only kick? Looks like in-cap roar seems to work. You know, IO is more important. I mean, I keep trying to tell them that, but they don't listen. You know, Victorian, I know you meant that to comfort me, but actually saying, you know, that's rough. Thank you. But also, damn. You hold up. You said there are people that are too hot and it makes it intimidating to approach them. Therefore, you are very approachable. Ow. Oof. I see how it is. I see how it is. Yeah, I feel that. That's rough. What's up, Road? Are you at risk of hitting? Are you at risk while you're hitting Pharaoh Frenzy or Starfall? Pharaoh Frenzy, yes. Starfall, surprisingly, no. But Starfall is only used really, or it should only be used for aggro. Starfall itself doesn't actually do a lot of damage, and a single Thrash in bear form would simply do more damage. So you don't Starfall for damage in AoE. You Starfall because aggro going into a pull. So you're not normally at that much risk as long as you've planned your timings right. I will say, however, that the main reason to Starfall or Pharaoh Frenzy is single target damage. And if you time it during a damage amp like this, you're not in any danger because the boss isn't hitting you. The cat form will maintain a lot of the health you get, but for what it is worth, you lose out on armor. But Boomkin form randomly, by the way, has an armor modifier. So you actually have more armor going into Boomkin form. Oh, I need the disguise. I forgot. I need the disguise. So Boomkin form, weirdly enough, has an armor modifier. And so you have like 1 stack of Iron Fur worth of armor when you go into Boomkin form. But when you go back into Bear form, you will lose all your Iron Fur. I will die of shame. No, it's okay. You're good. You're good. You are immaculate. Ooh, immaculate. Damn. It's cool. Clock in. We do not see you in real life. To be fair, no one sees me in real life. I don't go outside. Nobody sees me in real life. What do I do? I don't actually know what to do here. I don't think I ever did this on Mythic 0. I think I did it once. Cheese. Show lat spread on camera now. Where do I... Okay, steak. The fuck do I do? Steak. Oh, wait. Match steak with icon. That's gotta be it. Okay. Can't wait for my Mythic Plus runs to be bricked by this steak. Okay. Satisfaction. It's good. I don't like going outside. No one ever sees me outside. Pretty much ever. Okay, steak. Yeah, thank you, Road. After this, I guess. We have to finish serving people steak. I'm just going to do steak perma. It's all steak. Do kicks and CC. It's raw. Here we go. Because this server restaurant life shit. It's a Mythic Plus. You don't like Mythic Plus, Bell? Wait. Something's being hit? So, hear me out. I feel like they should just remove this. Targets you... Wait. I got a 5-star review. Is that good? Bro, I think they should just get rid of this mechanic. Like, I don't think that that's good. I think they should just remove it. Check the buffs. I feel like I get that it's WRP for... Oh, I got stunned. I feel like it's WRP for like a second, but no. like, I think you just take that out. I think that you accept the fact that that's not a Mythic Plus mechanic, and you should just take that out. No one likes bricking runs in a timed format from that. That would be terrible. Is that a boss? Did I just pull a boss? Oh, shit. Killing spree. Oh, is this funnel? Wait, he's not a boss. Oh, he is a boss. Okay, what do I do? I'm assuming on the barrel. Away from the barrel. Away from the barrel. It's away from the barrel, right? Blow up the fuming ones, okay? I'm fuming. Also, for what it is worth, behind the barrel. Do we have to get different barrels? Okay. Then leave. Okay, so only blow up the fuming barrels. I can do that. Killing spree. What's this? Murder in a row. Clever. All right. I would say that's something that's maybe interesting. I have a weird reputation at my gym. People are terrified of me because the only place I really go outside to is my gym, right? But the problem is that I listen to extremely hype music. And when I say hype music, I mean like basically the only thing I listen to at the gym because I have to like motivate myself. And it's just anime speeches and effectively Japanese people yelling in my ear. Now, the problem with this is that I get super intense. And no one actually knows my personality, of course. They don't know I stream or anything like that. So they wouldn't... their only interpretation of me is me just basically screaming, listening to Erwin yelling at me at the gym. And I don't have enough shame to not do what I want to do at the gym. So I'll do some weird-ass exercises that they ain't never heard before or seen before. And on top of that, I'll just be basically screaming, yeah. So I do think that I'm kind of intimidating. And especially on public transportation, I'm not having a good time. So if you ever like saw me outside or on the bus, you probably wouldn't talk to me. Because I actually just have not resting bitch face, but something. Like I don't look happy. Probably. I am a happy person, but not outside. You know what I mean? Who's having a good time on public transportation? Some people are not having a bad time. Stay put. Okay? Yeah, no, I'm like super... I don't think I'm easy to approach outside. I think I'm easy to approach on stream. The old man yells at the clouds vibes. I'm just an intense person, actually. For somebody who tries and maybe even prides himself on being a reasonable human being, I am surprisingly intense outside. I walk very fast. I always have headphones in. Like never, ever, ever will you pretty much catch me outside without headphones in. So I'm listening to music at all times or a podcast of some kind. You know what I mean? Sometimes I remember something funny and struggle to hold back. This doesn't seem that bad, actually. The Den of Nalarak, the fishing part, somehow was 1 second off to the fishing. I remember getting a Reddit post for RNG. Apparently that dungeon just has lag. You can't even do it, though. Yeah. I just don't think that I'm a very approachable person outside of my stream or my environment when I'm at home. I try to be friendly, but I don't know if I would describe myself as being friendly, if that makes sense. I also don't think that I'm nice. I think that I'm kind, but I wouldn't describe myself as being nice. I'm kind of harsh. I want to tell you that I have a lot of sympathy, but I kind of don't. I have empathy. As in, I will never, ever judge somebody for being in the situation that they find themselves in. But I also inherently believe that we can alter our situation, and there's almost always something that you can do to improve your life. So it's a weird balance of, I won't ever judge you for sure, because judging people is stupid, considering we've all been stupid or had different weird takes in our life that are mostly a result of our environment. But at the same time, I don't believe that anyone is truly stuck. I've seen too many people in my life been able to do things that go beyond the realm of what might be accessible. Yeah. I inherently believe in massive personal accountability. But I also am very understanding that to develop that personal accountability, one must have the time, resources, and access, which is not so easy. It's very, very difficult to have that all work out perfectly for you. Do we B-res on trash? I guess healer, so we might need to. As in, I only developed the personal accountability and the result that I have because somebody took the time to teach me, and I had access to 20 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy when I was 3. That's rare and not common, you know? What is happening right now? First of all, none of this is dying. It's like it's healing. Oh, we're also getting a bunch of these Doom Guard thingies. What is this? Doom Bolt. What is this? Why are we just getting infinite Doom Guards? Do they just perma summon? Oh, wow, that's weird. Does that make sense? So that's a weird balance of these things. It's the Warlock in here. All right. Also, hi, Hate, OC. You said something earlier, and I also saw you the other day in a key, I believe. I remember your name. Hello. Hi. I don't think you can stun it, though. You just have to out-heal it, maybe? I love pumping into DKs. Something about their cold nature, which really, really gets me. I love surrealist humor so... Oh, boy. All the Doom Guards are now... They just stay, huh? I was talking about the dumb boosted board. Oh, that guy who always buys the Aflock thing. Hey, Flash Stormy. If you were a player with limited time per week to play and didn't want to sit and looking for group simulator, I would go tank. But I would also make sure that I reroll to the meta tank because it is extremely difficult to be playing a tank at competitive content that isn't the meta tank. I actually think that borderline is easier to play an off-meta DPS than it is to play an off-meta tank with how recently the seasons have been. I genuinely do, for what it is worth. I really, really believe that. Because imagine, for example, like if you were a Warlock right now, you are not considered meta, but you can do good damage or still try to account for things. But like, when was the last time you saw a Guardian in a push key that wasn't a Guardian? I think it's just really difficult to find. Oh, these Warlocks perma-heal, I see. So they're just terrible mobs. You just have to either out-DPS them or something. It's not like we did bad damage there. I don't like that face buff. It's an AoE damage reduction. Is that what it is? Yeah. I think they should probably change this. Do I keep it alive? No. We probably have to just reset, right? Like, if it just dies, I think you just have to reset. Well, that mob sucks. Well, that mob does suck, doesn't it? All right. I'm just going to die because they're just going to perma-heal, right? If one returns a 12-point storyline and NPC, Pug Enjoyer is the Omnium 4. Yeah, you'll still be able to progress it, but I don't actually know what will be the catch-up for it. You will be able to do it. I just don't know what. Are we abandoning? Doesn't seem right. You mess up once and the key is perma-brick. Yeah, that does seem like that. That is one of those mechanics. All right, hold up. Road. I'll do some weightlifting. First Lieutenant is the same icon as AoE damage reduction. I'm sure about the Warlock. That just looks like a heal that's uninterruptible. Should be stunnable, maybe. Maybe. You have to soak? Interesting. All right, here you go. Sure. I think you can pull bigger in the first area for sure. Also, that Beastmaster Hunter.
was doing good. But to be fair, I know them from previous PTR cycles. Is there anything interesting you could do in Windrunner Spire without skips? Yeah, Bridge 2 and Bridge 7. Pull 2 and 7, give or take, ends up being 7. Yes. It's the last 20 units of time. Well, prio down the Steward. Yeah, you can skip them. You don't use a folio on purpose? No, I just forgot. On PTR, it's either bugged or I forgot to do it. I just haven't done the quest. This PTR right now, so not sure. Oof. Oof. It's better. It's good. You man, that's suddenly demons. Forget to grab your steppy thing. Yeah, you could probably walk on the turtle. It's not a bad idea. Oof. You were working out, streaming, timing keys, multitasking. Thank you. I don't think I'm rank 1 though, but I appreciate it, Jorsey. Those are criminals are helping the demons. Health maxing. Well, if I was truly health maxing, I wouldn't play World of Warcraft. I mean, you know, I hate that there's some truth in this. It was a joke yesterday. Somebody said, if I wanted to prioritize my mental health, how would I best push competitive content? And I was like, don't. But it is kind of true. Like, at a certain point, if you actually just play for fun, you know, it was that you actually. I feel like it's almost better to have fun in WoW than it is to try to be a bit too competitive with the content you're doing, especially keys. Mythic Plus can be good for mental health. It can seem real life seem less scary. How do you get your action bar to look on live? On live, it is. On live, the action bar is bartender. On this, can I spot you? Nah. Find a group that you can push with and have fun. Stargazer, I actually told Kitty this. I thought it was kind of funny. What's up, Kitty? Oh, she's here. I actually specifically told Kitty that yesterday I made that joke of, for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to pretend like I'm a normal dude streamer. Who, by the way, I was watching a streamer earlier today do a key, won't mention who, and for straight up, he said almost word for word every single thing that I said yesterday when I was being a dick on purpose. But you didn't know that I was doing that? No. I didn't say anything. It actually wasn't. To be fair, it wasn't. Although, it also probably was. I just wasn't watching it. But, you know, it would literally like word for, well, it wasn't, but I understand. But the idea was word for word what I said yesterday when I was attempting to be a normal dick kind of regular bro streamer was surprisingly exactly what I heard. Almost word for word. It was kind of funny. I literally heard, hold on 1 second. Let me first of all move this, and if I break something, I break something. You guys don't want to know how bad this extension cord is going to get anymore. Uh-oh. Okay. All right. I'm just going to try to get the walking pad set up. 1 second. Oh, it's just remember, it's never your fault. It's just always remember, it's never your fault. It's the golden rule of everything in life.
me take off my leggings 1 second. What's up, Chud? Well, it's not just the heat. It's not just the tank thing. It's like if you overpull a dungeon, remember, it is definitely your DPS's fault for not kicking. And if you overpull a dungeon, it's definitely your healer's fault for not healing. And if you overpull a dungeon, it's definitely your other DPS's fault for simply not doing prio damage. And if you overpull a dungeon, it is definitely your healer's fault for not assigning cooldowns better. And if you overpull a dungeon, remember, it is definitely, should have just used a health potion. And if you overpull a dungeon, remember, it's definitely not your fault. Well, remember, if you don't survive, it's not your fault. Yeah, is the pack should have died earlier. I had cooldowns prepped. It is true. What is? What are we doing? They kicked me out of the dungeon. We're gonna rezone. Okay, watch this. Got a little thing set up here. You did a good imitation, so good that I apologize. I apparently did too good of a job. Ooh, it's cold, actually. It's actually really cold. Also, JJ, I hope you appreciate some of the fitness reels I send you. I don't actually have friends, unfortunately. And so, well, or fortunately, depending on how you view it, right? But the idea is, because I don't have any friends, I also don't have any friends to send funny reels to when I actually find a funny reel. And so, basically, there are like 3 people I know that actually kind of do fitness. And I send any funny fitness reel I get to those 3 people. That's it. You are one of 3. You're not the only person, to be fair. I don't want to give you that level of exclusivity, but, you know, I don't know that many people, but they are funny. And so I'm like, somebody has to appreciate this. And so I've decided it's you and 2 other people. Okay, let me get this treadmill going. How fast should we walk and do key at the same time? Also, Blue Lambo. I recognize that name. Ooh. All right. How about like this? This is kind of sus. 8 miles an hour. Kitty, you don't even know what miles means. You don't. Neither of your ethnicities use miles. No, people in England use kilometers. What? No, they don't. The hell is a kilometer? Wait. No, they don't. It's the England. It's Europe. England uses miles? The fuck? They do? No way. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, they don't. I think you're baiting me. England uses miles? Google it, nerd. First of all, I'll Google you. And second of all, they do? Why? But how come they, how could it, yeah, that's a good point, Heist. How do they use stones but also use miles? It just doesn't make sense. Oh wait, why don't we go this way first? Is this the first pull that you do? Oh, I think actually the middle pull is better. So you want to go in here and then get all of these mobs. Welcome to the Brits. Huh. Interesting. I feel like this doesn't make sense. They just don't make sense? Interesting. Very interesting. I'm eating cold ground chicken out of the fridge, and it has this clear... Yeah. I get that. That's what my cats eat. That they like that. The one thing I will say is that you gotta acknowledge and kind of almost... You gotta at some point appreciate the fact that those people who made the language... At some point, somebody a while ago... This was before we had showers, too. And also before we really had, like, good footwear. We're just like... Man, I fucking love feet. Like, you gotta understand that this is a real thing that happened, right? Like, at somebody was just like... It's gotta be feet. They're like, what should we use as a unit of measurement? Feet. It's gotta be. It has to be. It's the only one. There is no other option. They could have chosen they could have used a hand. Why not use hand that's a better one. You can actually access a hand measurement like way easier too, right? You just go, it's a hand, and you put it in your hand. Nope, feet. It's got to be feet. Why? Doesn't actually make a lot of sense, does it? Okay, so double captain is double debuff, and I might die. That's not good. It's a good point. You walk with them, but I mean, to be fair, I feel like people did talk with their hands like less back in the day. Like nowadays, people are way more willing to talk with their hands. I talk with my hands sometimes. I'm like, no, you didn't. Sorry, don't clip that. It wasn't even very good. It's because I'm walking on a treadmill, also tanking two of these things, and I probably shouldn't have pulled both at the same time. It seems like kind of a hard pull. Seems like more of a first pull than a second pull. Is decent, but this is 40% increased physical damage taken, and I do notice it. Hand is a type of measurement, but is used for something else. Interesting. Wait, what is a hand measurement? A foot of length is only like 3% of the population's feet. Well, measuring horse's weight. What? Really? Oh, I have to kill these? Oh, you have to kill these two stewards. I kind of thought you'd skip them. I see. So you have to kill both of these. All right. So in the future, you would have to pull this though. Height, not weight. There is a specific measurement for measuring horses' height. And I did not know that. You learn something new every day, huh? Yes, I agree with you. Cheeky, you are correct on that. It's something to talk about when you're progressing keys. Is in general, not over pulling is the right answer. Depends on the level. There is a level where it does matter, but it probably isn't where you think it is. We have this weird relationship with that, where too many people attempt to do things that they probably just shouldn't do. I think you kill the mage here and then you go up. How is Guardian feeling in the moment? So we can't test the actual build that we will end up playing because the Apex is still Omega bugged. However, it feels tanky even without the proper build. So I would say decent. However, how it will really play out is kind of hard to say. The lunation changes might affect some of my rotation, but I kind of am almost compensated for it by the other changes that have happened. But the answer, to be honest with you, is the best answer might be I don't know, not fully. And the other answer is that I have to test the other tanks in these dungeons, which is a factor, right? Because even if Guardian feels good, ideally every tank feels good, but in general it's in comparison to other things, which is more important. So Pally feels also really good and might just be better numbers-wise, etc. So it's hard to say. But as of right now, I feel tanky. Seems to me. I'm not playing the overpowered trinkets. I'm playing regular trinkets. I would say I'm feeling good. I actually don't mind some of the lunation change is going to be kind of, you will feel it and it will affect your rotation and some of your decision making a little bit. I don't fill with Moonfire anymore, and so I'm swimming with rage. Like you're maxed out Iron for perma right now. You have zero decisions to make about that. But I'm also playing a build that is going to be currently quite a bit less damage, just because the Apex will be valuable, and the Apex will give me even more rage too. So that's going to be almost crazy to think about how much CDR you might get on that, on the Incarn. I don't mind it. I'm not feeling upset about the Guardian Druid changes. And I think that when you do play Apex, there will be a way to play that if you like the current iteration of Guardian, you're going to be all right. And who knows about Druid of the Claw when you actually fill out Apex, but I have a feeling that you're not playing Druid of the Claw. However,
if I tell you exactly what my breakdown will look like when the Apex does get fixed, they'll nerf it. So I don't want to tell you what it looks like because I don't want them to nerf it. Comparatively, like right now, my damage on this pole, just as an example, yeah, is bad. Compared to what another tank would do, like 139k there, be more, but tanky-wise, I feel good. Tanky-wise, I'm good. Should I pull these? Do I pull that pack, or? I don't think so. I think we just go to boss. If you're in low keys, find the highest route key. See what mobs they skip. Put them in your route. Someone will butt pull them. You know, that's not a terrible idea, Flash Stormy. You're onto something there. You're not wrong, actually. You're kind of right on that, actually. Called span. I've heard of span before. That makes sense. Yeah. That is genuinely not terrible advice. It doesn't quite work like that, but yes. Yeah, you don't try skips at the average key level. Did I miss a comment of somebody asking about this? I might have missed it. I am learning these dungeons right now, so I'm not super talkative. I want to pay attention to not just obviously how it feels for me, but also what the healing profile looks like, what some of the debuffs are. Like that's a magic dispel, but it's only one, which seems decent. Also, are these meters right? What is Ellie Shami bugged, or what's going on? The hell is this? Was he saving Ascendance, or hold up, that doesn't seem right. Is Ellie Shami what this? What going on? So he just keeps casting on you outside of the circle. Interesting. That's not good. That's bad, in fact. I would describe this as not only being not good, but actively bad. Some specs, this is how PTR works. Some specs just don't work the way they're supposed to. Ooh. I got res. Watch the circle first. So there's a fair bit of magic damage that happens on this boss too, though. So I kind of reaching 14 resils and 3 KIO a success. I don't have my average shield up. Sometimes it takes a bit until it procs again. So your first season tanking. For what? Sorry, what spec are you playing, Victorian? I don't have your average shield up. What spec? Oh, I think he means Avenger Shield. Gotcha. I missed the previous combination. Ah. He wasn't bugged. He was just lagging. Got some ice cream to eat, too. I do think, in general, the game would be better if we had more variations on what personal success meant in this game. I strongly believe that. I really appreciate it, as I mentioned earlier, the opportunity to have conversations. Like, JJ, I don't know if you're still here. You've gotten the chance to play with some really cool people. I know that you have in your past playing WoW, and for me, this is actually a new thing for me. I haven't really been streaming that long. I think, actually, believe it or not, you met me pretty early on. You've known about me, at least for a while. But I haven't been streaming that long or making content that long. Today, Touchpad Warrior came to say hi, and I was like, oh, shit, like, I know who you are. I have such a luxury, in fact, about getting the opportunity to even talk to people about the game. Obley was here having a whole conversation with me about gearing changes. And... Yeah. We are 4-man. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. All good. Good. And I think it's super cool. I don't think WoW is good for casual audiences too much. It's not just WoW. It's not just gaming too. It's also, you are one of those people. It's not any. I mean, am I? No, you can't. Jeez, I'm allergic. I don't see myself that way, JJ. I don't. This is a proper experience. I mean, I don't see myself that way. It's just perspective, I suppose. To be fair, a cool thing that happened is I'm a Blizzard partner now. They reached out, so I'm a partner, and I get to go to BlizzCon this year. So I think that when I'm at BlizzCon, I actually want to like stop and like shake people's hands and be and just be like, oh, like big fan, you know. Will you be able to go? Are you going to get the opportunity to go? Who should I aim to meet? If I actually do get the chance to go to BlizzCon, who do you think I should get to meet, JJ? Also, I was going to play Blood DK today, but I don't actually know if I'm going to get to it, unfortunately. I still just kind of want to test these dungeons as Guardian for right now. I'll play Blood DK another time. Probably like Desi Heat. You could see me mull around that joke for a second. You could see the question in my eyes about whether that was actually worth saying or not. I ultimately decided it was, but it wasn't that funny. Listen, yeah, it wasn't. My bad. To anyone from the game, that's true. It's gonna be a sick experience. I don't know. I have a wedding. Yeah, I have to go around that time. I don't know how that timing would work out. Fair enough. I don't go to weddings anymore because I can't eat the cake. That's like 90% of the reason to go. I think Final Fantasy 14 is much better retention for the casual player base. I'm not sure. It was a joke. I have played with her though. I don't know her that much. No, I didn't mean to actually start shit. I don't really like that type of conversation, geez. Don't ever judge anyone for being the way they are. As long as they're genuine and authentic about it, you could never judge anyone for that. Not a hit. Like, imagine somebody is successful in whatever way they'd like to be. As long as they're not straight up lying or hurting people, what's the harm? If people want to support other people, that's great. I've never met her. I don't know that much about her. I played with her every now and again. I ended up picking WoW, honestly, due to ping issue. Really? I mean, what's your ping? Does Final Fantasy 14, I bet you would have a better server than me. Ooh, I got to use the folio. All right, let's see what I should play here. You were healed for blank. Taking more absorbs X damage, okay? This is the stats. I have actually been playing without this. When Core Rune Unleash, you get haste, mastery, verse. Probably just take crit or verse. And then what's the last one? Damage and healing of your cores increased by 100%. Damage and healing of your Rune of Unleash Fire. That goes. Return healing. Lingering. Core Rune Unleash Fire. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do about this, but sure. That's why I just ran out of raids in Guild Wars 2. I wonder if I were to ask 1,000 people why they got into World of Warcraft, I wonder what the answers would be. That's actually not it's an interesting question. It might, I don't know if we'd be able to predict what the answers are. I still wonder, like, if anybody is new to WoW, how do you get into WoW in 2026? What could possibly get you into WoW today? I don't know what their advertising is like, but it's not what it used to be. And I am curious about it. Isn't that every game? At any point during the folio development, Blizzard could scrap the entire thing, but chose not to. It's true. My girlfriend got you into it. Now you're sucked into Mythic Plus. When you got into WoW, Sin, how long did it take you to understand Mythic Plus? BG and arenas over all the PvP and nothing else? You're a PvPer, Gogo? I got into WoW back in 2013. 2013 is a long time ago. To be fair, I mean that's quite some time. That's a fair history with it. All right, I got like quite a bit of that was good. I got like a few thousand steps just now. All right, I'll hydrate, big hydrate, a little bit of weightlifting. You know, the reason I think it's an important question to ask, Sin, is because with some of the season 2 changes, I feel like, and I'm not going to go over this whole conversation again for what it is worth. I think we kind of covered it earlier, and we talked about it for like an hour. And maybe, honestly, there's a world I could just post that whole convo. I think it's interesting. And I would still like to get more people's thoughts on it, because it's not fully formed about whether the season 2 changes are all good, all bad, or whatever. But I will say this. When people tend to argue about something is good or bad in WoW, there's like a fundamental lack of context. And that lack of context causes a lot of problems and a lot of toxicity. Sometimes I think they want the toxicity. I think it might almost be intentional because it's like drama, you know, it gets people talking. Oh my god, it's so salty. No way, fucking. Oh my god. I think I need more water. Wow. Well, I am awake. Good news. I'm awake now. Whew. How much ping do I get? Hi, Miss Biscuit. Sometimes it goes up to 400. You got to play with exit lag. They don't sponsor me. They should, because I keep telling people to do this. The only way I was ever able to kind of play this game consistently, exit lag. So I get around 220 ping. I normally play with between 200 and like 230, somewhere in that range. However, without exit lag, sometimes it randomly spikes to 10,000. I actually have a screenshot of me in a knockout offensive where my ping became 16,000. And I was like, hey guys, so I don't know how to tell you this, but I can't play. And they were like, is it going to go back down? And I was like, I don't know. It is currently at 16,000. The highest ping I've ever gotten was 21,000 from WoW. From Lao. I was in Lao for a weekend. I went to a PC cafe. I tried to play, and I had 21,000 ping. That was rough. That did not work. But yeah. So I play with around 200 ping. You get used to it. It does suck. I do miss some globals. I wish I didn't, but yeah, that's what I play with. Exit lag stabilizes it, so at least it doesn't spike in the middle of a key. It's not that expensive. I have no link. What country do I live in? Thailand. I was saying, Sin, for Mythic Plus and other things, the lack of context is... Hold up. Oof. The lack of context in WoW can kind of be explained sort of like you explain fitness to people. Because if you're into fitness and you have achieved any amount of success in fitness, one of the interesting things you learn is that those who chase absolute perfection with everything they do fail. At some point, you have to accept the fact that you will not be perfect unless you are being paid to do stuff. But the idea is you're not supposed to get everything right. You're supposed to figure out what you can get right and then do those things. So, accounting for reality, no one is actually perfect and like super optimal. There's even an argument about what that means. What does it mean to be optimal? Depends on who you ask. Depends on where you live. About how many reps, how many sets, how many this, how many this. For who? For what body? What's your diet like? Well, you should eat this. Well, you have to eat this. You got to take this supplement. Truth is, if you get the basics right and you zoom out a little bit, you realize there might not be a right answer for everyone. And fitness it's been around for a lot longer. People who have had success with fitness will understand this concept very well.
People who play WoW don't. But it's the same thing. What actually is the right thing to do for WoW is not super clear cut and isn't the same for everyone. And when we talk about whether you should have 2% more crit, 2% more mastery, or some of the changes in the game, we're missing the fact that yeah. Ready. Try left pole. If it's too big, reset. So what we're missing context-wise is actually just most people are stuck at the basics. And if people at a basic level are still using the one button rotation, which is no problem with using that if you want to use it, the 2% more crit or mastery is not going to make or break that much of a difference. Like, if you're asking me about your secondary stats, but you are using the one button rotation, your secondary stats are not going to make that much of a difference. You know what I mean? And like, that's the context we're missing, is that sometimes we actually have to zoom out a little bit and just be like, oh, by the way, we got bigger fish to fry. And I think that that's like the same thing with gearing and whatnot right now. And a lot of the conversations around WoW are actually just missing fundamentally what people are really feeling or thinking. Demoralizing shout. That's not good. What is this? Stacking damage done reduced by 50%. Oh, that's not good. That is bad. I think we're about to wipe. You gotta break this shield. What's up, Geech? DK when? So I was supposed to set up my DK before I started stream today. I didn't. I was going to. And I still need to set it up. And then recently I've been roped in, and now I'm on my Druid. So I realistically am not sure if I actually will get to play with DK today. I might have to test it tomorrow. DK might be a future activity for a woo. I was gonna do it today, but I've been on my Guardian, so we'll see. That is a good question. They help change the pathways your internet takes per fighter. It's not a VPN. It's just, it stabilizes ping, and I don't know how else to explain it. Otherwise, it's like, if I don't have exit lag on, my ping will spike and change throughout a key, and that's very difficult to overcome. But if I do have exit lag on, it's okay. So in excess, I don't actually know if I'm going to get to DK today. Oh, God, I forgot. Oh, I'm awake. Wow. Super awake. Oh, my God. Extremely awake. It's electrolyte water that I might have made too strong. Oh, you have to kill the spear, right? The idea behind this is I think there's a spear you have to kill. Wow. Oh my God. Oh. Wow. I feel as though I have just been subjected to Netflix's Avatar the Season 2. Ooh. Okay. I'm alive. I have to have a lot of electrolytes, although sometimes I don't know exactly how many. I need way more salt than most people need A, because of my diet, but also B, because of the genetic issues I have and the chronic illness. I manage it. I don't mean to complain about it too much, but for what it is worth, I need a lot of salt. Also, hi, Denny. Denny, message me on Discord. Schedule a consult with me. Mr. Danny, I remember you asking me about this a few days ago. Schedule a time and see what's going on. That bad. I was going to watch it this weekend. I actually haven't seen it, so to be fair, I am talking a little bit without context for what it is worth, okay? I actually don't know if it is that bad. I believe that shows like that have so much wonderful meaning behind them. Like when you watched Avatar: The Last Airbender growing up, it wasn't limited to just being an entertaining show. It had real meaning, real depth, significant character progression, and a reason why things were happening. They didn't actually shy away from concepts, and the writing was so brilliant because they were able to explore real, genuine meaning while also still being a kid show and giving children or young adults access to these concepts that help set them up, maybe even for life. However, so that I have heard, from what I have heard, which to be fair again is limited, the Netflix show took a lot of that and just used it as cheap entertainment, if that makes sense. And I don't like it when they do that. Anytime there is something that is special because of what it can provide and really inspire, like an anime, and then they adapt the anime and you're like, sweet, but the actual adaptation does not, but the adaptation basically does it in a way that almost makes fun of the original source material or isn't as sincere. I don't like it. Because you're just using an IP for the sake of making money and cheap entertainment. But people ultimately I don't think they're as cool with that as they used to be. Do you know what I mean by this? There are obviously some other examples as well, but Avatar, so I have heard. And to be fair, I am just talking out of what I have seen on social media because I haven't seen it. But some of the scenes are just like, what? Like, that's not how that works. And that's like, wait a second, there's a whole system that was talked about here, and this isn't that. You know what I mean? Like, I have noticed or has just seen too many scenes. And since I liked one of those posts on my social media algorithm, guess what happened? You can guess it, right? If you like a single post about one topic that is trending, what happens? The AI algorithm, it detects you. It knows you better than you know yourself. That's why you can never even say you liked it. If you watch a single reel about any topic that is trending and you interact with that reel and you don't immediately scroll past, it is now Jover for your social media algorithm for the next probably like at least 2 days. I mean, that's a long time, right? That's a serious topic. Most topics only last like a day, maybe 6 hours. It's a fickle thing. Any update on the Guardian Druid? I can't test with Apex, and so my damage will be lower. I feel quite tanky. I feel plenty tanky. I feel fine, actually, on Guardian. I'm only testing on 15s right now, so it's not quite the highest key level. But Guardian feels decent. Ultimately, I think that this season, if they actually get their balancing right for tanks, will potentially come down to damage contribution and how good the other Druid specs are, of course. So it's kind of hard to say exactly how Guardian will be. But for what it is worth, these keys today have felt really good. Genuinely. Like, not only am I not struggling, but I seem to be doing all right. It's just that my prop pally would do a lot more damage currently. I'm not playing with OP trinkets, and I can't test with Apex. The rotation has changed slightly for Guardian. The talents that you will play on the actual season launch will not be the same. And the playstyle will change slightly, but not too much. What is this 25 minutes? Versatility increased by proof of endurance. Is this a thing in this dungeon? I'm also learning the dungeon, so I'm not trying to play
like giga optimally. Like I'm missing some globals and stuff, but that's because I am when you're learning dungeons and stuff. I've tested Paladin and Warrior. I've not tested my DK. I was going to today, and DK's though I haven't tested that yet. And I don't really want to test VDH because I really don't want it to be meta. I think that okay, so we should have moved away from these puddles. Okay, so noted for future. Should have moved away from the puddles. But from the mini boss, you beat one. Oh, I see. Gotcha. I have tested Paladin. Paladin feels good. The rework to Paladin feels bad, Fairnet, I will say. And I guess I move more. I move sides of room, not middle. And then Warrior, Mountain Thane felt clean. Colossus was interesting. I didn't like Colossus myself, but I can understand why people would like Colossus. I personally don't enjoy tanks that have a lot of friction, but I tested both Colossus and Mountain Thane for Warrior, and I tested Lightsmith for Pally. Didn't test Templar. I think Lightsmith will be better. I haven't tested Brew. No. I don't think there's a lot of reason to test Brew, only because it hasn't been changed at all, Mr. Brew Sicko. It'll be exactly what it is right now, with a tier set that amps your self-sustain a little bit. You know, what is wrong with reworked Pally? Ooh, Fairnet. I don't really want to tell you. Do you know what the rework was? They actually gave it a rework too. Technically speaking, believe it or not, of all the specs in WoW, Prompt Pally has gotten the most blue notes, and especially the actual rework of talent position. Like the whole tree got reworked more than any other spec right now. And it made it worse, which is super sad and unfortunate because you just, man, you get so hyped, right? Like you see, you're like, oh, my favorite thing got buffed. Like you got a rework. Like that's going to be so cool. Then you log in and you're like, what? Why do this? Because they made it worse. It literally, there's no world where it's better. You basically just lose a talent at least, if not more than that. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. And that suck. I made a video about it if you want to go over it exactly. It also doesn't seem like there's a lot of consensus, but normally reworked equals meta. So traditionally, yes. In this case, no. Prop Pally was actually better before they did this rework. Right before this rework, it was like probably the best tank on beta or PTR. And then they did the rework, and now it is kind of the best tank, but maybe not. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I'm surprised they managed to do that. It do be tough. It do be a little bit tough, a little bit rough for the Prop Alley. Basically, it's not the end of the world. If you want to watch a video about it and look at the tree, I made one. Yoda also made one. I took a look at his build. Surprisingly, a lot of the top pallies don't agree on what you might play. I thought that was interesting. I saw Yoda said that he was going to play this. Drogo said he was going to play that, which was different. I thought you might play this, which I'm not a top pally, but still, I have an opinion. And then another person was like, I think we're going to play this. So it doesn't seem like there's a lot of... There's like one or two talents that are going to be moved around. But you can watch my video if you'd like about the tank changes. And at the end, I show you the prop pally tree and what it might look like. Hard to say. Yeah. Do some more weightlifting. Which weapon will be best for Holy Paladin? There is cantrip items. And you go to the raid, you go to Venomous Abyss, and you look at the last two bosses. If you just go to Paladin, go to your class on PTR, so Paladin here. That. There's like a... I'm pretty sure that Holy Paladin... Actually, maybe not, right? Where is the weapon for Holy Paladin? Wait, Holy Paladin is one of the only specs that doesn't get a cantrip weapon. That is not necessarily a bad thing, by the way. That's right. It's the one-handed intellect people are the only ones who don't get a cantrip weapon. To be honest with you, again, not necessarily a terrible thing because you can craft a weapon then. Yeah, almost every spec in the game has a
cantrip item, like Prop Pally. When you go to Prop Pally here, on the last boss, you're going to want this weapon. If that makes sense. Or if you are a Ret Pally, then you're going to want this weapon. Because there's a two-handed Ret Pally here. What's up, Maladrim? Did you do the rotation dungeon? Yeah, so it's not Fangs anymore. Now we have Blinding Veil, Murder Row, Void Scar Arena, and Den of Nalarak. We have these 4. We have all 4 dungeons. You're welcome. Yes, super exciting. They have been interesting so far. Not as bad as I thought they were going to be. Den of Nalarak, I couldn't really test. I went into the first pull, and then apparently somebody bugged out, so we decided not to do it. Void Scar Arena, wiped on second boss, so didn't get past it. Murder Row, got past second boss, was it? Or right before that? RP is annoying stuff. Been playing my Guardian today, so Guardian feels tanky. Let's eat some ice cream. But still can't test Apex. It's early PTR. Actually, I take that back. It's not that early PTR. We imagine, we don't have this officially confirmed, but we imagine that the season will come out August 11th. So we have 5 weeks. I hope Prot Warrior comes out in a good way this season. Alter was interesting because a lot of the damage in Alter was melee damage. So Prot Warrior felt pretty good there. The rest of this, a lot of it seems like physical damage too, but Prot Warrior doesn't have a poison dispel. And in terms of what Prot Warrior still kind of depends on you wanting a warrior attack power buff. Oof. I want them to disable group buffs in Mythic Plus so that you could actually just play whatever you want. I think they should. I should make that rant video kind of soon, and perhaps that will be shortly. I do want to make that video. Yeah, I don't know, man. The thing is, Cartridge Bros, I don't think that scrolls are a good option. You know how many group buffs there are? You would literally have to have an entire inventory's bag space of scrolls, pretty much. But the issue is this. 2 things, Mr. Cartridge Bros. There are 2 big issues. Number 1, this ice cream container that I just opened. If you take a look here, I was gypped. This thing is like a quarter empty. And I've just opened, this is premium ice, this is expensive ice cream, basically. So that sucks, all right? Okay? Mr. Cartridge Bros, your father, I'm just Sean. Aren't you from Raider.io? I recognize your name. Yeah, what is this? This is terrible. This is highly unfortunate. But the second thing, oh, it's you. Hi. Hello. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. I've seen you here before. Yo. Wait, do you do the... You're the one that does the Raider.io spotlight videos on YouTube, right? I watch those. I enjoy WoW content. I also enjoy WoW content that's cool. Thank you for making those. I enjoy WoW content that provides different perspectives because I find that when we talk about the game, sometimes we miss context. Context can be provided by hearing different opinions. Ultimately, many of the people who play at the highest end of WoW, they develop a certain relationship with what pugging is like, or what tanking is like, or what healing is like, what DPSing is like, what keys, raiding, etc. But we almost miss the fact, real life, let alone the fact that you might not have the time to do so in your... I mean, I feel like there's context missing to that, you know? And if we don't value the fact or respect the fact that most of the WoW player base is not as young as we used to be, we might miss some important elements of that conversation. So I appreciate the fact that you have people on to talk about that sometimes. Whoop, I disconnected. Internet or PTR? Probably PTR, because the healer just now said he couldn't do anything either. Maybe this is an opportunity for me to actually go set up my DK, huh? Should we set up DK right now? Can. We can actually go to set up the DK. So I think that we need more perspectives in WoW. I think it would be important, actually, to just have different people talk about their version of the game. Well, Danny, I want to make my own podcast. I was thinking about this recently. I would like to start a little WoW podcast that might be able to explore some of the different sides of the game. I want to have people on there to talk competitive WoW, healers, tanks, etc. I kind of did an episode. I did like a... So, I asked... Here's what happened. Basically, here's what happened. I asked Artemir if he would do a video with me, and he said yes. I said, sweet. So 5 minutes before he showed up, I was like, what if this was a podcast? And then I decided it should be a podcast. So I was like, bet. Oh, did the internet just go out? Wait, did we just lose internet for a second? Is that why I disconnected? Oh. Whoops. Oh, well. Anyways, and I was like, so I should just make it a podcast. Oh, it did go off for a second. That's okay. Yep, that makes sense. So I was like, aha, it should be a podcast. So anyways, I had like an 80-minute conversation with him, and I made it a podcast. That was the first one. The video with Artemir was amazing, by the way. Thank you, Keith. I enjoyed talking to him. I didn't have like a theme for the podcast. We just completely ranted. I also don't edit the videos, so I was like, here we go. But that was episode 1. And I decided that if I make that episode 1, I already have episode 2 done, and I know what episode 3 is going to be. Episode 2, I recorded a 60-minute video with Korame a while ago. So that was the video with Korame. Now we'll be talking healers and WoW. One of the things we talked about was group buffs as an example, because she is a Preservation Evoker main in Raid. And I asked her, I was like, hey, you think you'd play Preservation Evoker in a Mythic Plus season? And she was like, well, I mean, no. And that's the right answer. It's very difficult to play that healer in Keys. Has no group buff. Is Blood DK going to be meta next season? Probably not. It's just vanilla ice cream. I'm not allowed to eat fiber. I think it's good to just have background content, Cartridge. I think that people really like listening to WoW stuff in the background. That's what we do, right? We put the Warcraft thing on, and then we basically go and do something else. Or put in the headphones. Give me that what? Oh, I see what happened there, Cheeky. Yeah. So I want to do more of it. Sometimes can talk tanks, sometimes can talk healers, sometimes can talk this, sometimes can talk that, etc. Tank hits that can be AMS. That's a good question. I haven't played Blood yet, so I don't even have the right talent tree up right now. I wonder if I would just test Sand Lane right away. And is the new tier set implemented, by the way? Did they actually update this yet? Class set... No, they have not. Oh, I mean... It's not actually the craziest tier set in the world. You could still test Blood DK with no current updated tier set. It wouldn't actually be the worst thing in the world to test, but you could also just wait a day or two to do this. Because this isn't actually they haven't implemented the new tier set. Just because of AMS. To be fair, Wyan, I wasn't struggling as a tank. None of these dungeons have seemed too difficult for tanks, which is good, which is really good, and they should not make it challenging for tanks. They need to keep these dungeons very friendly for tanks. That is like super important that they do not make them overly punishing for tanks. No one likes it when your tank dies.
It is counterproductive for the game, not productive. If the top end of tanks can live, the mid-range of tanks will die. I haven't actually been able to test all of these as well either. Also, I was playing no Apex Guardian, which is super tanky. Also fair. But keep in mind that a good tank, if they can live and it's like kind of okay for them, that means it's very difficult for an average tank. Still, I didn't actually get to test it yet. I might have to wait for tomorrow too, because the new tier set isn't actually implemented. I'm noticing that. I was just about to set mine up and play it, but I don't actually know if I will or will not. It might not be the right idea. I don't think I really want to test VDH either. But is it not boring to tank if it's so easy? No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think the real value of tanking is just succeeding at it. Genuinely. Like, you want to be challenged and you want to have some form of progression, Capkin. But I do not think that you enjoy fighting for your life the whole time. No. I think that it is actively, genuinely better if you have a bit of an easier time living. You can't feel truly godlike, but I feel like it is better if you do not challenge tanks too much. Yeah. Yeah, I was like, raid tanking, different story. Key tanking in particular. I think if you took the soundboard disabled, my internet went out for a second, so that might be it. I think if you took like 1,000 WoW players or 1,000 tanks, maybe 10% would really enjoy a very challenging, complicated season. But for the most part, like, the vast majority would prefer something simpler. Like no Apex Guardian Druid. No Apex Guardian Druid has also allowed a lot of people to get into tanking that might not otherwise have tried it before. Who was asking me about Prop Pally earlier today? Maybe I'll just make that video. You know, if I were to go make that video right now... Ooh, it's 6:11. I don't know if I could record it outside, but it's a good video. Should make that soon. Why is it a tank when you always have to fight for your life? I think it's just better if tanks feel very powerful. Have I tried Fellowship? No, I decided not to. There's too much to do in WoW. I never get bored of WoW, really, so I don't really have time to really compete in Fellowship properly. I don't feel like I'd be able to put enough time into it to actually be competitive with it, so I just decide not to. Overall. Well, the next episode of the podcast would technically come out tomorrow or tonight. Either one. Not sure. I feel like since we're an X-Pack with a light theme versus Void, they have to make Prop Pally meta. Oh, I don't think they care that much about it. I see your point, actually. Surprisingly, I see your point, but I don't think they care that much. The question is, should I take the rant that we did for about an hour? Like, we talked for about an hour earlier. Should I take that entire rant and just put it through for a YouTube video? Maybe. I'd have to listen back to it and see if I like it or not. There is so much to do, Coffee Plus, with tanking and keys. You're not bored. You're not. I mean, it's just, I don't think it's a boring role. And if you're bored tanking, you'll really be bored DPSing. No. Like, let's be real. If you're not engaged as a tank, I really don't think you'll be engaged with much. Because DPSing is super straightforward. I guess there are some people who
the feedback of constantly having the back and forth. You misunderstand me there. That is one of the most things that make it interesting, right? Oh, sorry. No, I was agreeing with you. I think we were agreeing with you. Maybe I said that wrong. Oof, my knees. Yeah, I'm getting old. All right, well, I might go work on a video for now. Let's see who's on. Boom. 3, 2, 1. First person on the suggested list. Who dis? I don't know who this is. First person on the suggested was this person. Let me go say hi. Who's this? I literally have no idea who this is. Who is Katie XOX? I don't know. First person on suggested. That's what I've been doing recently. I've just been going to say hi to first person on suggested. Oh my god, it's loud. What the fuck? Sorry. I was not expecting that. I didn't realize my music was so loud in my headphones. Oh my god. Hello. Great. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. She seems nice. Make a new friend. All right. Bye, Keith.